Good morning. Welcome to the final day of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship live from Maryland. I'm Josh Sokol. Back with me today, Morris Greenberg. We are here to call the best of five finals between Mack Meller and Nigel Peltier. Morris, tell us what's on your mind.
So much. I mean, will we see a repeat champion for the first time in a while, I think? I'm trying to think. Probably Nigel Richards was the last person to do back-to-backs. And it's going to be a really interesting matchup. I think they both bring different players to the game. The two players, obviously, are Mack Meller, who came in first yesterday, and Nigel Peltier, who came in second. But that doesn't matter. They've got the same number of wins. Spread's a bit different, but this is a completely new slate. 5 games, or 3 at a minimum, up to 5. It'll be a lot of great Scrabble.
Indeed. So we might just see 3 games. We might see 4. We might see 5. The last 2 years went to a best of 5, went to the 5th game. It was palpable last year, the most incredible finals I've ever seen. This is the format that brings the most excitement. It's very good that both of these guys have the same amount of wins, because otherwise we would have a champion that potentially had a different amount of wins, a lower amount of wins than, person that they beat. But that's not going to happen. This was an insane logjam at the top for such a long time, and Mack Meller was in danger. He needed to win his last game, as did Nigel Peltier, coming up from almost the dead after day 2. So really awesome to see these two guys have at it. Nigel Peltier has never won the national championship. I don't think he's even gotten top 5. Maybe he has, but he's gotten very close multiple times.
Yeah, so he got top 5. I remember the year Nigel Richards beat David Gibson in epic fashion in the finals, or not in the finals, but he needed to win by, I think, over 180 points, and he was able to do that in the last round. I think Jesse Day and Nigel Peltier were the 2 people closest to them at the time. So
okay.
And that field, so he came in either 3rd or 4th, I forget which. That field had well over 100 players at that point. So this year, Division 1 had under 60. So, right, a 3rd or 4th place in that sort of field is like a different level. You could maybe call it like equivalent to a 2nd place or 3rd place in today's division, just based on the number of people.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. That was before my time, but Nigel Peltier always seems to be in it. This is his best finish so far. Yeah, guaranteed 2nd place for both these guys. I think they're seeded. I think we can throw to them. I really can't wait to see what tiles hit the board, hit the rack, what bingo we see, what blank we see. I mean, Scrabble is just so different. Every single game we watch, there are similarities. We're going to try to sort of, explain things as best we can, what's going on. But really, every single game is such a treasure, such a unique thing. We're here to make memories. Huge thanks to NASPA Games for sponsoring this stream. There's another simultaneous finals going on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, just a few feet away from Mack Meller and Nigel Peltier. Huge day. Everything will be decided today. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I can't believe it. It's been such an incredibly long time coming. I'm jumping in my seat. I shouldn't do that. That's unprofessional.
No, excitement's great. I probably have a bit too much of a chill pill right now. So there's a lot of interesting differences between these 2 players. As Josh mentioned, Mack has kind of come in first before, even came in 2nd before that, came in 3rd, I think, before that at various points. Nigel Peltier had 1 or 2 very top finishes, but he was he's typically hovering around the top 10 in these tournaments. Some other differences, Mack Meller, I think they're both excellent strategists and excellent with word knowledge, but I think Mack Meller leans more on his word knowledge by comparison, and Nigel Peltier leans more on his tactical instincts, if I had to guess. So it'll be interesting to see how the positions favor one versus the other. And to be clear, for both of them, on any day of the week, they could outshine or hit their peak in either one of those two areas. So it will be interesting to see what comes of it.
Yes, neither player is infallible. Definitely agree that Mack potentially, especially this tournament, has shown tremendous control and tremendous recollection of the words. We have seen a few misses from Nigel, but that doesn't mean anything. I know that he has pretty much no limit to the words that he knows. He could find anything on any day at any point. And if he gets in the right positions, he will shine bright. So I don't know who's going to win. Obviously, I think the favorite in the matchup will be Mack because he has won. He has far less pressure on his end to repeat win, although he is extremely ready. He has been going to the gym every morning, preparing. Yeah, he's ready to win again. But Nigel Peltier, he's got something to say about that. We saw them meet earlier in the tournament. Nigel Peltier beating Mack by, I think over 200 points. It was a crazy one-sided game. So in 5 games, anything can happen, Morris.
To support that point, later on in the tournament, we didn't show it, but one of the reasons why pairings took a while yesterday afternoon was that Mack lost to Nigel by 2 points, and they were discussing potential overtime penalties because Nigel Peltier ended with 0 seconds on his clock. So
we're gonna throw to the board. They're ready, but yeah, that was a crazy game that we witnessed yesterday. It wasn't on stream, but we were waiting for that result. Anyways, they're ready. Tiles were squared. They're ready to throw them back in the bag, as always. For those wondering why there are tiles on the board, I will explain it. Before every game, both players square the tiles 5 by 5 on 4 corners of the board, usually, just to indicate that all the tiles are there, to make sure there's no shenanigans going on. We see the famous Stefan Fatsis wishing both players luck. The rest of the tournament is ongoing. They have finished round 1 of the day. There are 2 more rounds to go for everyone else to decide who gets 3rd place and worse. But this finals might last 5 games. Nigel Peltier is shaking the bag. I think that means that Mack is going first.
Yes, I think you can see it by the little icon next to Mack 0, first move icon. So Mack will be going first, and we'll see. So to be clear, Josh said that Mack is the favorite, given that he has a slightly higher rating, won nationals last year, etc. To put things in perspective, if Nigel Peltier wins game 1, he becomes the favorite. So it's not a landslide by any means. This is a best of 5 finals. It really, maybe it's like 55-45, 60-40 at most, but this isn't a landslide by any means.
Indeed. So, without further ado, we see both players hydrating. Very important for the game. If they're ready, let's shake hands. Let's make memories. Let's see who becomes the 2025 Scrabble Players Champion. Holy mackerel. It's time. Holy Peltier.
Holy Peltier. Yeah, well, you said that so dramatically, I didn't want to interrupt before the first tile was drawn. I felt like dramatic pause was worth it. But we see the handshake now, and Mack's going to draw tiles.
So, first draw is very important. We've seen some very bizarre opening draws for both of these guys on stream. We've seen some very strong opening draws. There's a 1 in 7 chance Mack Meller will draw a bingo on his opening rack, and he hasn't hit. EEEMOPT. Mack has found Metope. That seems very strong to me.
For me as well. So in these sorts of situations, you're a bit vowel heavy, so you're likely going to keep more vowels than consonants. Keeping just an E does have positive value. We now have advanced computer analysis that can tell us the approximate value of every single possible leave between 1 to 6 tiles. So this will be good. Metop also scores points well. It does a lot of things right.
But look at Nigel Peltier. He's drawn the first blank. That must feel pretty good. After Metop comes down, he's going to be looking through those floating tiles to see if there's an 8-letter word, maybe a 7-letter word. AABHOP blank. Quite a good draw for Nigel Peltier, but I don't think anything is coming immediately. He will have at least a very nice play of OPAH to the right of Metop. Scores extremely well.
That does, and he has that aligned already. We've seen Nigel kind of use all of his clock in these games, so he might spend a bit of time first looking for a bingo, but he already has what seems like a very good play. It's tough, though, to know how long it could take to search for a bingo that isn't there. Obviously, these players don't know in advance that that's not necessarily going to be there.
Indeed. So, yeah, Nigel's going to take some time. You do want to take time with a blank in hand, especially so early in the game where missing a bingo could be a really big deal. But Opa coming down, even if Nigel Peltier had a bingo, Opa would be a very strong candidate regardless for best play. This is 38 points and sort of exploits the weakness of the play of Metop. The reason Mack Meller took 26 points in this position is because there was no other way to put one of his 3-point tiles on a double-letter score and not create a situation where those overlaps were possible. But it was still, I think, worth it for him to do that. But this was definitely a risk that he was thinking about. So back to Mac, CDDEELL. I guess I would play Celled, CELLED, to TOD. That's my first thought, but I think Max found an even better play, Morris.
Yeah, seated. I was actually looking at Dell, making 3 overlaps as well. So seated will also make 3 overlaps, making Todd, Ope, and Pad. Dell would make Todd, Ope, and Pal instead. I slightly prefer Dell, I think, just because, yeah, now he's switched to Dell, just because the duplicate L's isn't that excellent to play, or an excellent to leave. So even though this is, I think, 6 fewer points, it feels like the leave value is more than 6 points better.
Yeah, I agree with that. Unduplicating the D, unduplicating the E, unduplicating the L. Perfect thing that you would do in this position. So DEL for 26 keeps things pretty tight as well. Nigel Peltier has drawn IOOV to his leave of AB. So that looks pretty bad. I think he was pretty likely to draw into a bingo with his average draw, but that IOOV I think is going to stop him from doing anything fantastic. Maybe you just play above. He has that lined up. Play to that E of Metop. It looks pretty good.
Yes. No T or R for obviator. That's the only bingo that comes to mind immediately with those letters. That's an 8-letter word. So yeah, above does a lot of things right. It starts to open the left side of the board, which is usually a bit tougher. Than the top left is usually a bit tougher to open than the top right. So this will possibly allow for all 4 quadrants to be used this game. So above comes down. I think it makes a lot of sense. And he hopes to draw the right tiles this time.
And critically, this actually did not give Mac a bingo back as far as I see it. It did block one through the M. I think he was ready to play Dolmenic through that M, but above coming just in time to prevent that early bingo scenario as Nigel Peltier draws very nice. He's going to bingo next turn.
Indeed. So he'll have some options. If you're Mac here, so Mac is, I think, one of the things that I noticed him improve at last year compared to a few past years is just how he is so consistent on these in-between moves, just really nailing down the perfect balance between leave value and just scoring points. It's really tough in these situations if you have such synergistic tiles to know what the correct balance is to score points immediately versus set yourself up well for the future. So what's jumping out to you right now? I see as co-led underneath, I think the A, B, and O in above.
Yeah, Mac had Palinode lined up. That would play from the PAL already on the board. That's a very nice find. The issue with that is it blows the board open and sort of blows up Mac's rack. So he's thinking of playing co-led instead for 5 fewer points, a similar leave in IN versus CL, potentially a little bit stronger, and a lot more defense, a lot more value to the defense of the play of co-led, not opening so many tiles to play through and blocking a scoring spot above.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't even realize I was talking Palinode. Such a pretty find, and really shows just how well informed Mac is in terms of board vision. There is a subtle but important difference between board vision and word knowledge. You could know all the words, but if you're not in the right frame of mind, you might not look hard enough through any 3 tiles, for instance, like in Palinode. So we're glad to see Mac in fine form to not only be able to see that, but to be able to pivot from that too. So they both look reasonable. I do like sort of the containedness of co-led for now, but maybe that's also my bias in knowing Nigel has the blank.
Yeah, it's thinking about this position after Palinode, if that gives Nigel a bingo and Mac misses, doesn't draw an S, it feels like he's in not as good of a spot. Whereas if here there's a bingo, there's some space left, I guess, on the right side for later. Mac has the I hook for Pali, P-A-L-I. And there's the Metope spot. It's just way less likely as well that Nigel's going to bingo, but he will. We know that he has B-I-O-O-S-T blank, so he's going to at least play booties and Metopes in this position. So Bonito's also available in that same spot. Both of those plays would triple the B on this 3-time letter square. So I think he's going to do one of those 2 things, Bonitos or booties. Not a big difference between the 2, right, Morris?
I'm not seeing immediately a huge difference.
Oh.
So you paused for. Oh, you're just seeing what Mac drew, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's about to come back down with a bingo of his own next to OPE and PAL. That was a very good draw for Mack Meller to his IN. So we're going to see bingo bango here. We're going to see a trade. Maybe some chess watchers like that terminology as well. And we have a game on our hands, Morris.
Yes, so I don't think there's a lot of difference between denting and dinting here. Do you have a preference between those two, making op-ed and pally?
You pronounce that op-ed. I like it. Dinting was just one more point. You get the overlap on the I, so I think that's what Mac's going to do.
Yeah, I guess that's the crossword player in me. In crosswords, that's always clued as like an op-ed article. But you're right, ope is actually a verb. So yeah, so he plays dinting. Yeah, we love to see it. And
Good draw from Nigel Peltier, though, right?
Yeah, I was going to say a pretty synergistic draw when you're drawing 7 random tiles. It's obviously you'd want something like a bingo, but that's not expected. Josh was saying at the beginning of the game, you have roughly a 1 in 6 to 1 in 7 chance to get a bingo off your opening rack, and as the game dwindles, that often changes a bit as things like blanks have been played. So this is a pretty fortunate draw for Nigel.
This is a key moment, Morris, right? So he has these 4 letters set aside on his rack. He's thinking about Joe Mon through the O, but he actually has an even better play available to him, a very tough find. I don't know if he's going to spot it, but this is an important moment. He has 61 available on this turn.
Oh, I missed the spot for it at first. I saw Jimson actually below booties, but I missed that it also plays at 4A. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jimson here. That's 61 points. That's so difficult to spot. I don't think I would have seen that. Nigel, though, I feel like he has such great instincts to keep looking, but in this case, he's not going to find the improvement. He's scoring 44. This is very nice. And I think he's setting up an S hook. Does that take an S now?
I think so, but I wouldn't be 100% on it. And if it does take an S, then even though he's sacrificing 17 points here, the leave of AIS is probably around 10 points better than the leave of just an A, maybe even a bit more. And we can see why, just because he's already. Oh, I guess I spoke too soon. The commentator hacks, he drew 2 U's at the end, but
Yeah.
he had RAINS, which is really potent for bingoing. So, anyways, back to Mack's turn. He drew also pretty well. I mean, the Z is a really good tile for scoring, especially after your opponent scores 44 with the J. So he shouldn't be too disappointed in his draw. What's jumping out to you, Josh?
I guess I'm seeing Fez. I do want to point out if Fez comes down, there will be no uncertainty about whether Jomon takes an S. It does not apparently pluralize, but yeah, Fez I feel is pretty automatic. It doesn't open anything. Scores 42. The game is very close. Both of these guys drawing pretty well in game one. We like to see a little bit of high scoring action early on. But yeah, I think Fez is what I would do here. I'm not super thrilled with EIOT as a leave, but it can improve.
That makes a lot of sense. EIOT, yeah, not the best leave, but you're scoring 42. And more importantly, often if you stick the Z out in space, you might give counterplay opportunities. This won't give a ton of Z counterplay opportunities. Sure, you can play parallelly to Fez after it comes down, but it's not hitting any bonus squares. So you're not, the opportunity cost from a defense perspective isn't large either.
However, it's interesting that Mac could also play underneath with FETE for 32, keeping the Z. That might allow him to draw some words through that O, like Zooir or Zooid, or just Zune next move. So it might be worth thinking about keeping the Z. It is almost always worth keeping if you can score similarly and keep it. But in this case, 10 points on the table. I don't actually know what the best option is for Mack Meller, but I think intuitively Fez looks good.
Another thing to think about, even if you are going for those Zooier kind of plays, is that actually does give a lot of Z counterplay. Most of the time when you make that sort of play, your opponent's coming down for at least 39 points with a 4-letter word starting with Z in column 1, as Josh is highlighting. So if you think about it, even if that's like a 50-plus point play, the opponent's counterplay might be more than the score differential between Fez and whatever that Zooier kind of play would be.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thinking multiple moves in advance, one of the highlights of top-level Scrabble strategy. You'll see a lot of that in these next games. Nigel Peltier just waiting. He's only used 4.5 minutes to max 10 early on in this game. I wouldn't say Mac is in time trouble as around half the game has been played, but Nigel Peltier playing with ease, playing with speed. He's got 2 U's, but he's got pretty easy decisions, I think, with this rack. He can either play through the G of dinting or through the N of dinting with something like augur. If he wants to go a little bit more fishy, he can play guru, what he has lined up, saving his S for gurus, or he can play UNAU, UNAU through that N. It's a very interesting decision. What are you thinking you would want to do here with your small deficit if you're Nigel?
Guru, if you didn't have any inference read on Mac, seems pretty good. I like the sort of aggression to try to open the position up for letters that you have. I do wonder though, Mac spent a lot of time on that turn. Do you think you can get any good inference read based on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with a rack like Max. It makes sense that he took so long, and I think if Nigel thinks about it somewhat, he'll realize that's only 42. Sometimes you're looking for 50, 60 with the Z. There's probably just a decision between a few plays that were similar in value. I don't think I would be able to get any inference. And Guru is coming down. Mac did draw an S, but he's not going to be able to do much to inhibit that big S hook with his 5 vowels and lone T. So I like this decision. I like the aggression by Nigel Peltier. If the spot gets taken, there's still stuff to work with on the board. AINS probably close to the best leave he could have kept in the position. Great idea.
Yes. The one thing I would have said is I actually think the rack Mac had, I would not have pegged him on with Fez. I wouldn't have expected 4 one-pointers. I would have expected that he was maybe deciding between playing the Z versus making a play with an F and another hefty tile below co-led, right? So something like Fey, F-E-Y, might have been the sort of idea that I feel like he could have had there. So it won't really matter in this position. It looks like Mac is tunneling in on IOTA right now, probably making AAL. But it is interesting to think about, does the time aspect of that give any intuition as to what Mac could have?
Yeah, I wonder. So IOTA is the thought from Mack Meller. The unseen letters are pretty balanced, so potentially keeping that T and playing only for 8 points to the T of booties might be a strong candidate now that that huge S hook is open. Mac probably thinks Nigel Peltier has one of those 2 remaining S's, but the S is still very powerful if Nigel draws a rack similar to Mac's, where he can't really utilize that hook for a bingo. I feel like playing IOTA for 8 is what Mac wants to do here, but I totally understand the instinct to score more with a lead and eliminate some interesting potential plays on top of the AL that could score very well. So he's going for IOTA on top.
Yeah, I think if I were to want to keep the T, I would probably just play AI and ZA there, just to kind of stay a bit more in line with the scoring. Sure, keeping the O isn't as great, but TOISE bingos a lot.
That is true. That is true. So Mac opting for scoring here. He really feels comfortable with his lead, and Nigel Peltier now close to a bingo, not quite there. He's gonna have to fish again.
Yeah, he has Silurian set up right now, which doesn't fit. The U would have to be in 4th position, and right now the U in Guru is well below that. So he's now going to be thinking about a few things. Looks like maybe he's considering Leary right now, Liri to the I in IOTA that Mac just put out. But this won't be a fun turn. You're not going to be scoring many points unless you maybe burn your S and play Raisin and Gurus. Otherwise, yeah, you're maybe taking 10 to 15 points, somewhere in that range.
This is actually huge, though, for Nigel. If he plays Leary, what he's leaning towards, keeping the same leave for 12 points, this makes perfect sense. Set up a new lane for yourself. You're still behind. He's going to get hit hard with Lavisher, but even if he doesn't do that, I think Mack Meller is going to bingo to that R of Guru with Ravisher, a word I would not be sure enough to play, I think, in this finals. So we're gonna have to see what Nigel Peltier does. I can't think of any play that would block Ravisher.
Yeah, I think Mac is going to bingo. Nigel now is shifting a bit towards LI, and he's putting it on the board now. Reigns is a slightly better leave, so the 4-point sacrifice here seems worthwhile. And more importantly, as Josh pointed out, the bingo he will allow won't be nearly as lucrative.
Indeed. So definitely dodging a bullet here is Nigel Peltier sacrificing just 2 points to keep a stronger leave, but Mac coming down with Ravisher as Nigel Peltier has drawn a Y. So this looks very good for Mac.
Yes, so Mack's going to have a bit more of a cushion than he had before. He was hovering around 10 to 20 point leads for all the past few turns. This gives him more of a decisive lead, a high point bingo difference at this point. And Nigel Peltier missed his bingo another turn. These could be quite frustrating turns when you kind of do everything right in terms of trying to optimize your bingo percent chance. But even if you have a 60 or 70% chance to bingo, 30% of the time, you're not going to hit it then.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so Nigel Peltier falling behind, he's down 87. If he wants to play off the same two letters that he drew, he can play YEA for 22 through that blank E in booties, and he has lanes to work with. I just feel like a lot of the time, Mack Meller is going to try to block Gurus next turn, maybe with just a 3-tile play from the V, though that would potentially give back another lane. So Nigel's got to start worrying about the threat of Max shutting things down, creating a situation where any bingo Nigel draws is not going to score well and is going to open a lot. So the play of LI having opened this lane up top, this is an airball lane. If you hit that lane, you're scoring 60 and you're giving up huge counterplay on the triple. So I'm looking in the future for Nigel Peltier, and things are not looking so great, despite the fact that he has very good tiles.
To be fair, though, the Guru's lane is still open for now, and Mac might not go there immediately. At least he could go for something like Veg next turn, but it could be that Nigel Peltier, at least for one more turn, has a very lucrative lane available to him. So that obviously depends on his draw after this turn, but he could still get, at least for one more turn, the potential for a very high lane.
Yeah, yes, indeed. It requires specific tiles for Mack Meller to block, but there's always a chance that something pretty bad will happen. Maybe even Max drawn the final S. There's a good chance of that as well. But definitely still some gas in the tank for Nigel Peltier as he burns a lot of time in these last few moves. We're starting to get more equal. The momentum has certainly shifted Mack Meller's way on the clock.
Well, I mean, Mac still has less time than Nigel Peltier right now. I'd say Mac's definitely in a more comfortable position such that he can probably use less time in the future, but he's still a minute and a half down on the clock. So yeah, comes down. I think this is a very good play, and you just got to hope you're not going to whiff for a fourth turn in a row, keeping pretty good bingo tiles.
So Mac has seen that Q. He's lined up our favorite word, QI, that will fit right next to that M of metopes for 25 points. That's probably his best option, but he's got to be a little bit concerned. The last few plays of Nigel Peltier definitely signal strength, and he kind of wants to deal with that, but he can't really do that right now. He has the Q. What play can he make from the V? Just Vig. That would give back a lane to the G. So I think he's just going to settle for QI here.
Yes, I mean, I would say Veg is probably more likely, if anything, than Vig, just because you kind of need to keep the eye with the Q comparatively for now, given that there's no QI spots on this board after Nigel blocked the last one in booties. So it could be like if he has a really good read on Nigel, that could make sense to play Veg, but QI is just much better scoring wise long term for you.
So 25 points to block that M of metopes, 23 points just to overlap dinting. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to block one of the lanes here. Mac is thinking about Veg. He's got to think, well, what if I'm giving Nigel an ING word?
I think that's probably less likely than, I mean, sure, you could be giving him an ING word, and it actually, in this case, seems like that would be available. But I think, yeah, if you really do have a good read on Nigel that he has an S bingo of some sort, you would probably play veg. I just don't think you have that good a read.
All right, back to Nigel Peltier. He's drawn FU to his leave of reins that he's kept for the last 2 plays. Again, it feels like he is coming up short on his bingo. He really wants an E, I guess, to solidify his chances of getting one down. He's considering fur. That scores 30 points right next to the QI that was just played by Mack Meller. The leave, though, not so great. Feels like he's falling behind, and he feels like he's also falling behind in his chances to play a bingo next move.
The one redeeming thing is that if you look at the bag, I'm noticing the one vowel that there's still a lot of left is E's, and the E goes a long way with those tiles. It is interesting what vowels have kind of played out. There are very few I's left in the game. I think no more O's left. So this will for a lot of these racks, if he drew the E previously, he would have been in incredible shape for bingoing. He's kept missing, but that means there are a lot of E's still left in the game.
So the play of QI, Morris, it did more than one thing for Mack Meller. It blocked this M, also blocked this marginal lane atop the IT. Really all that's left for a bingo on this board is a 7 in the furthermost right or second to furthest right column. So now it actually feels a little bit tougher for Nigel Peltier to draw into a bingo if he plays fur. Will Mack be able to make a play blocking both lanes at once? It is possible. It is achievable. Things are starting to get a little bit desperate, I would think.
Yeah, would you do something crazy soon, like playing air and mirror? There are a lot of front hooks to that, but most of them have been played. This scores so many more points by comparison, but it would be something, given that sort of board state, that I think I would have to think about at least.
Yeah, I think Nigel was considering another play, FAUN, making fit, which would reopen some part of the board. Feels like this is just too many points to pass up, and you just have to hope Mack Meller doesn't have that perfect blocking play. We'll see what happens here. Mack with AEGRTUY. What's your first instinct here, Morris?
So probably going for a block of some sort in the 2 lanes we just highlighted on the second to last and last columns of the board. Vug would be a very natural play from an equity perspective. The U and the G are 2 of the worst tiles in that group. The one problem is the G is actually not a bad tile for bingoing in that space, given ING words. Mack's electing to play Vow instead, which I think is a really smart pivot from the more natural equity play. This will not allow for high point bingos. There are very few 8-letter words that end in a U, so this looks really strong.
Yeah, that's a fantastic adjustment for Mack Meller, keeping that G, but making it way more difficult for Nigel to get a bingo down the U is a pretty terrible tile, especially for bingos. So this is looking very good for the 2024 champion in the first round. Nigel Peltier has a puzzle to deal with. He has drawn KXN to his leave of ANSU. I don't even know where to start here.
So I guess the 2 thoughts I'd have here to sort of try to work out the situation are there any paths I can take that would not require me bingoing to come back from this deficit? Just because it does seem unlikely given the board state and the tiles I drew to be able to do that sort of plan relying on a bingo. If I don't see anything there, then I'd try to think about what ways could I even open up the board. If we look at this board, there's actually very little space to even play 7 contiguous tiles, even if you make some openings play. The bottom row has 7 spaces, the top row has 7 spaces, and the last column has 7 spaces. But most other things happen to obstruct the possibility to even score, to make plays of that nature. So I'd first try to think about, okay, let's look at the bag. It seems like there isn't something like the Z out as well, so I can't get both an X and a Z play. I might go for something like Zach's here, given that I have the last U if I'm in Nigel's seat, and there's only 2 I's left. That could actually create a pretty annoying lane to block. There are no more O's left, and so if you make a play with Axe, you're giving up a lot of E hooks. I guess you could play something with X, but then you could potentially... Actually, there's no V's or anything. So something like Zach's could be good here. I guess, what's your instinct, Josh?
Oh, Nigel's found a really cool play here. Not Zach's, but Annex through the disconnected N and E. This is 37 points. Incredibly hard find. I love this decision because, like you said, after Zach's, it might be annoying to go underneath. Mack might not have the right tile to do that. But if he has any of those E's, EX would just completely eliminate the lane created. So I love this decision. It's nice and balanced. It gets rid of one of those N's. And Nigel Peltier still has a chance here. He's only down 40 after this play. If he keeps scoring like this, he might not even need a bingo to come back.
Yeah, and especially tempo-wise, I guess if he gets the last S, there could be sneaky opportunities for him to do a setup, and this kind of gets him in position to at least be able to get enough points for that setup to potentially claw back. So this might just be a necessary in-between move for some future options.
Yeah, I love it. And Mack Meller probably feeling pretty comfortable. He's going to want to play a lot of tiles here, score some points, eliminate some space on the board. Right now, there's nothing for him to really worry about on this board, as you mentioned, the lack of open space. So I'd be looking to maybe play something like Gyrate that he has lined up right now. This fits right next to the E, or right next to the R of Ravisher, making RE. It really eliminates space on the board. There are no huge tiles that can play through that G for 70 plus points. You might think of Jigs or Jags or Zigs or Zags. Those are not available. Those tiles are already in play. So I really like this idea of playing Gyrate, leaving 9 tiles in the bag, making it a little bit less likely Nigel can come back with some sneaky setup plays like you mentioned, Morris.
I wonder, would you play it in that column N spot or that column L spot? So the column N spot does block the U and Vow for low point bingos potentially, but if he switched to the column L spot for 2 fewer points, I think that could be good. Like, you could be bailing Nigel out if he has something like Wage through the G and Gyrate if you play it 2 spots to the right. So I'm actually not sure which one of those 2 I prefer. They both have some merit.
I think, yes, critically, you want to play... Okay, this is actually really cool as well, but I think critically you want to play to the right to inhibit that U. That's the last lane on the board. Rugate instead making that nice E hook on Annex, keeping the Y for scoring, accomplishes all the same goals, but does not give back a scoring spot and keeps a scoring tile in that Y. This is a very wise decision by Mack Meller. Extremely precise play, I would say.
Yeah, really, really pretty idea, and I think kind of gets the best of both worlds at both Gyrate plays. The Y is also a nice tile to have in this kind of position. You might be able to score with it. It's a pretty flexible tile with both vowels and consonants. So it does seem nice to keep it there, just for future flexibility for scoring.
Yeah, now if you're Nigel, you absolutely feel like you need that last S. The only resource left for you being down by 63 here, don't think you're scoring your way back at this point. I think the only resource is some S setup. So I'm looking at NUN for 3. Don't know how that really works, if you can really hope to draw something after none, but it seems kind of hard at first glance for Mack to totally block. You'd have to make a play, I think, from the Z and Fez, trying to inhibit the lane created if he doesn't have that S. So I wonder if that's the sort of thing you're looking for here, Morris.
Yeah, that seems quite reasonable. I think I didn't realize how bad Fur was at the time for kind of killing the top side of the board. Even if you make a play like Kit now or Knit above the I and T and Lee and Iota, that can really easily be blocked by Mack. So it feels like Nigel, his real opportunity for kind of creating space is none, or something like that. I do wonder, though, it feels like you need to time it perfectly because you're probably needing to put the S in a very specific position if you assume Mack will make a play like Josh was showing, starting with a Z to at least limit uh, where the S can be for bingos. So I might actually not do this immediately. I might try to clean my rack out first for kind of the perfect chance at the kill shot if I decide to go this route.
Yeah, this does make sense as an analysis. Yeah, you're very good, Morris, at finding these resources, timing them well. I think that maybe you could start with Kit for 7, setting up the S this way, and then maybe later playing none once Mack blocks that setup. But I still don't know if that's enough. I still don't know if it's going to work. Just feel like, what else is there in this position?
He's pivoted maybe to Zek, seeing that there's only one more I unseen, one more A unseen, and critically, you can't put something like an E immediately above it. Matt could still maybe make a 2-tile play, but if you have the S, you're likely going to be able to pluralize that, right? If he does something like Lek, L-E-K, above Zek, that would give not only, I guess, Lex, but also the E and the U hook for Leku or Leek. So that does actually feel quite strong as an idea.
Yeah, I guess you need specific tiles here to block, but Mack's going to be able to do something like WEE, making new, which feels like it totally blocks everything. We do know Mack has drawn that last S, so the game is pretty much over. He can just hook whatever setup Nigel comes up with next turn. But Zek makes a lot of sense. It's a good resource. It just feels a little bit too likely to be blocked, but I don't know. I don't know what else there was here.
The nice thing here is you can actually play this out over a few turns. So play Zek, then if Mac plays something like we, then actually you can now play none NUN, and it's a lot harder to block that area if Mac doesn't have the S. And if Mac does have the S, then you can play now knit, and you can then go for the top part of the board. So there might be just enough tiles if Mac is forced to play short this turn for him to be able to execute that kind of plan over 3 turns.
Yeah, if Mac just had one different tile other than the S, if he plays we, and then Nigel plays none, draws the G for cursing, how is Mac going to block that? So this does seem like it's actually a very, very savvy plan from that perspective. The only issue, of course, is that Mac has drawn that final S. And yeah, Nigel Peltier finding great resources to try and come back in this game. We saw the most incredible comeback yesterday between him and Ori Swift, and an all-important victory for him. So yeah, we're seeing some great tactics on display from Nigel Peltier as we comes down. This isn't the best block. Something like Einstein could still fit. There are still some threats from Mac's perspective, but this does the best job at blocking. So I like it.
Yeah, thumbs up here too. So I actually think he might want to play knit here first. And that would obviously give restyle for what Mac actually drew. But I think
that takes a U. That's really smart.
Yeah, so I think you might want to do knit first, and then none, because it's going to. The one problem with none is if Mack has the S, so there are 13 tiles left. You don't want none will use one tile, or Nit will use one tile, and then after that, you don't want Mack to be able to play all 5 tiles to empty the bag from there to block. So it will be harder comparatively, I'm pretty sure, if you put the S lane in 3rd position rather than 5th position, to be able to not allow Mack to have a really easy counterplay in the situations where he does have the S already. So I think I would probably lean towards Nit first, hope Mack can't empty the bag, and then play none next, going for something like cursing.
You could also pivot some other direction here and try to draw something like Irenix from that E in we. We see Nigel Peltier is only 2 tiles off of that potential word. There is an E, or 3 E's unseen and 1 I. So if he manages to play NU somewhere, creating a new threat, he could potentially draw into Irenix from his perspective. And actually, the I is still out there with that last E. So this could also be a very interesting idea. I just feel like the timing might not be perfect enough. It might be just too much in Mack's favor to be able to consolidate his position, even if he allows Nigel Peltier to get that bingo down. But this is really, really interesting. It is not over. Nigel maybe plays NU or unit. Mack just plays through the U thinking, okay, well, that's the only threat. And Nigel bingos out with Irenix for more than 80 points. This could be an incredible slither. Another slither out of the jaws of defeat for Nigel Peltier. So it's not over.
That's a really cool plan. So I think either, could be very reasonable. Unit now, really cool idea to go for Irenix. Is there anything else that he could be go for at the bottom part of the board, I wonder? So there's EI words. There aren't going to be a lot of others besides Irenix, but EA might have some possibilities. Are you seeing anything else?
Yeah, I'm not, but you have to be so dialed in here if you're Nigel Peltier, just looking for the precise combination of tiles to draw to get that bingo in that very, very marginal spot. It does feel like from Mack's perspective right now, earliest is a threat from that E. So no, I guess it isn't because, the tiles are different. But let's say there was something like that from Mack's perspective, he would maybe think to block, unfortunately. So it feels like Nigel not only needs to create a new threat here, he also needs very specific tiles to be in the pool for Mack Meller to not block the right spot or do something else. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but unit or NIT and NU in the same spot is what I'm thinking about. I don't see anything else that Nigel is remotely close to, though. But he has the UN separated. I feel like that's the plan he's going for.
I think you got to do unit, if either. I just don't see what NU and NIT is threatening. Okay, so he's probably doing something more like what I was saying, where you kind of split up over 2 turns. But the problem with this, I mean, Mack wasting no time for Tersely. I mean, this is kind of a worst case scenario, but I don't like that if Mack does have the S, he can play 5 tiles off immediately with that. But again, there's a lot of nuance to these positions. It's really hard. He had under a minute by the time he actually made his play, so he kind of used all of his resources allowed. So it just didn't go his way this time, but he came up with kind of one of the 2 ideas we sort of had that could give any feasible chances to win.
Yeah, if Mack didn't have the S, if Nigel drew the G, there was definitely chances there for him. So unfortunately, in this iteration of things, Mack just pummeled that spot with Tersely, drawing the last 5 tiles out of the bag. But very impressive attempt by Nigel Peltier as his time goes under 20 seconds. Is he going to play quickly? Is he going to play something like Fundick? Is he going to go overtime? He might. He's playing Cud. That leaves 2 outplays, so I think he's maybe going to be able to make his outplay in time. It's not really going to matter. Spread doesn't matter in this best of 5 unless there's a tie. I mean, crazier things have happened. But yeah, this game won going to Mack Meller. So a very good start for him. Definitely now the favorite to take down this series. But a very fascinating game with a lot of cool decisions on both sides. I love the way both of these guys played. Mack protecting his lead with some really nice board control plays. Nigel Peltier using whatever space remained on the board to perfection, almost perfection at least. Love it. Love to see it. This is Scrabble at the highest level.
I agree. Lots of nuanced decision making where you're not just seeing the kind of standard equity choices. They're making really good adjustments given the board position, given the tiles in the bag. We'd love to see that. So looking forward to that sort of style of play for at least 2 more games, hopefully more.
So Mack to act here. He can do anything he wants, but he wants to make a good play. He wants to make a good impression. He has AEI, WG. He probably realizes that Nigel is going to be able to go out with Ferns, so probably wants to play Wage to the left of Ravisher. Maybe Wage here. No, Wage here would give back Ferns and Swage. So yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful, I guess, if the scores were closer. But yeah, Wage and ER looks like the best play. Nigel Peltier with 5 seconds on his clock is going to try to make his outplay without going overtime. But like I said, it's all academic from here. Mack Meller taking game 1 of 5 in this best of 5 series. Nigel Peltier is not even going to try to go out before his time runs out. Doesn't matter, obviously. Oh, he only had 1 outplay. Sorry, I was thinking RIT. No, that's not a valid word. So yeah, fair enough for Mack Meller.
Yeah, so Josh was saying this is all academic at this point. I think if you're Nigel here, you just kind of want to... It's sometimes nice in these positions where it truly doesn't matter, sort of regain your composure, just sort of channel what you're thinking about for the next game. So he's probably spending a bit of extra time, given that he won't be egregious and go over by like 10 minutes, but he definitely doesn't feel like he needs to be in a rush here.
Yeah, totally agree with that. So we're going to let this game fizzle out, and we're going to kick it to the overhead mic as soon as Mack Meller goes out with AWE to see what these guys have to say. I think it's going to be all respect. And yeah, a nice game 1 to start things off. A very good start for the 2024 champion.
Yeah, I guess technically 342. Not that it matters, but I guess in case we tie somehow. But
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, thanks, man. Make a game. Yeah, I figured you were going to do something like that. I mean, you have to try something. This was a good play. I mean, I didn't have an A or an I, so yeah.
CINSU.
Yeah,
There's
this
something I could draw, but
the only thing I saw possibly was earnings, which was obviously extremely unlikely at that point. Yeah, I mean, that was the best thing. I mean, I could have played eek, but then I'm keeping no vowels, and I'm worried. You know, I had the S for a bit. I drew it after this.
I just sort of had to hope, I guess.
Yeah.
It wasn't in there.
No, I was-
This play, of course.
I was very happy to see an SF because I was bracing for you to do this. I knew you were going to do something like that at some point because you have to.
I probably should have done that a little earlier, but I had some decent options. Third was the only one where I didn't accomplish anything other than
Yeah.
staying in it.
Right, because that's the other thing. Like you have to stay close enough that if you do bingo, you know,
So it was okay.
Yeah, I was just lucky. I assume you had the S when you played this. Yeah. I was just lucky you kept missing. I mean,
Yeah, that was kind of rough. All I was leaving was it was good, but it was that good.
Yeah.
Rains, RAINS.
Yeah.
Not that
Yeah,
powerful.
it's one of those racks where it's like you just have nothing to do. Like, what else are you to do, right? I mean,
LI Rains. This was SAIN. This was a nice play to score and block very well.
yeah, that's
It even blocked stuff.
exactly. That's why I did that. 'Cause I had EY. I was gonna play Gyrate at first, but I also was worried like you had both S's. You could play like a EST or something, cause me issues down here. So
Yes, that's fantastic.
And I like keeping the Y for scoring too, in case I have to try to outrun you, or if you create something.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause I figure at that point, if I drew an S, I was good. But yeah, it was, I guess you didn't have the X when you played this. I thought it was a chance it might be a setup, but
the X.
yeah.
No, I was
Yeah,
happy with that.
You blocked. I had IN with this. You blocked Dolmenic.
Ooh. This was OI blank.
No obviator.
Yeah, I looked for that.
Yeah.
Search high and low for a T or an R. Nothing.
Yeah, I should have extended this to Pella Node, which would have been cool when I played that. But I think it's so much more open. Like this is.
Yeah, Pella Node.
But I was lucky that the last tile I turned over on this trail was the blank, so that was very fortunate to stay in the game after this. Yeah, no, I mean mostly just came down to I was lucky you missed your fishes. I mean, I guess even if you hit, it's an even game at that point, then who knows? But and that's part of why I felt, I could have played veg or something, but there were tons of I's and N's left. I didn't want to give you that either.
Yeah, the U is a pretty nice tile.
Which is exactly why I did that instead of bug, which keeps a much better leave. Because like if you end up bingo on a U, what can I say? But yeah, if you play through here, you're scoring 60 and I'm probably still holding on.
I wish I could have hit this as a natural and then
Yeah.
have that blank later. That would have been a little easier to
Yeah.
navigate because it's only really one lane at a time or zero, sort of.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to do that and hope I don't have the other S. I mean, it's basically. I mean, even if I don't bingo, if I hit anything here, it's basically over. But
Yeah. And I had stuff I could hit with my 6 tiles.
yeah. Did you keep like INRDUS, INRCUS or something?
Incurs.
Incurs, okay. So
Rust was
you're going for a T, yeah. 'Cause there was no G left, right? For twitching. I think. Oh, there was a G left actually.
Yeah.
So you could Ricinus. Oh, that doesn't fit. Never mind. Yeah, I mean,
I thought about doing
I was
knit.
thinking you might do that too.
I had a U and an S.
Right.
Case U and S.
Right.
Or not the case.
Right. I mean, I think I would have just played restyle here, so that wouldn't have helped.
Yeah.
No, I was looking at the one. I was literally thinking there's a good chance he's going to play another knit. Yeah. Do we have to submit?
It's a good question. I would hope that they would just take care of it.
Do we have to like submit results, or does it just?
I think you'll still want to keep track. I'm not
Okay.
sure about the mission.
Okay.
Once
Maybe
you
just-
photo with Steve, I can square the tiles after each meeting.
John wants a picture of you
And they want a
too.
picture of you.
That we
too,
were
so
supposed to take before you guys started playing.
Oh,
fine.
okay.
That sounds
Do you want us to put
We can
I'll
square
square the
that.
tiles.
Okay, so that was the post-mortem of game 1 of a potential 5 between Mack Meller and Nigel Peltier at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. A great discussion there after the game, Morris.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to hear a lot of the same things that we were discussing on the stream. Mac was saying he only saw things like earnings, starting with the E in we. We also were considering EI words just because Nigel happened to have an I and not an A, so we kind of locked into those types of plays. But it's a lot harder if you're just on turn and you don't know your opponent's rack, what sort of things could be in the pool. So really interesting discussion, and it was a really tactical game, and I hope we see a lot more of it in the next few games.
Yeah, I really feel like in those tactical positions, both those players so strong. Nigel Peltier, we've seen him find resource after resource in these games where it feels like he's out of it. But yeah, beautifully played on both sides. I think the players are going to take a short break. They need to get their picture taken. They forgot to do that. I mean, things are so tense at the beginning. They're not thinking about like interview opportunities, not thinking about when they win, what newscasters are going to call them, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to take a short break. We're going to get them back at the table whenever they're ready. Of course, as Morris, you've said, we're going to prioritize the players. We're just here to watch the show and have a good time. But whenever they're ready for game 2, we will be right back with you. Any last words before round 2, Morris?
I think you said it perfectly. Let's wait till round 2.
Welcome back, everybody, to the best of 5 finals of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship in Maryland, USA. Mack Meller has taken game 1 against Nigel Peltier, and we also have news that the other Nigel, the one people might be thinking is in the finals but isn't, has clinched 3rd place.
Yes, and Nigel Richards was right in it up until the end. We saw in round 28, the last game of yesterday, a Nigel versus Nigel matchup for the finals, and Nigel Peltier came out victorious. But Nigel Richards, obviously incredible performance last week at the World Cup, winning that with a few rounds to go and coming in 3rd place here. He really is just so great, and just in a random set of 31 games, even if that seems like a lot, there is enough variation where 3rd place, which could feel like a letdown for someone that skilled, just happens.
Yeah, of course, Nigel Richards almost never showing an ounce of emotion. He takes Scrabble, I think, the most ideal way a competitor can take it, almost appearing unfazed by anything that happens, really just focusing on one move at a time. This is what both of these players in the finals are going to try and do, because you can't get too worked up. Scrabble is, of course, a game of wits, a game of memorization, math, but also a game of psychology. So both players are seated for round 2. Nigel Peltier to react. He is going first in this round. I think we're going to see a really good game here. I hope. I don't want to curse it, of course, jinx it, Morris, but I probably already have.
We'll see. I accidentally gave one commentator hex last game. Nigel had Rains, R-A-I-N-S, as his first 5 tiles. I'm like, oh, Nigel's great tiles, and then draws U to that, and didn't bingo for the rest of the game, I think. So, yeah. I've already committed one faux pas. Let's hope we aren't committing any other commentator hexes anytime soon.
Yeah. So players are seated. The tiles are nicely squared on all 4 corners of the board. Doesn't that just look so aesthetically pleasing to you? I mean, it's just really nice.
I will admit, when there are some tiles like the D in the 2nd row, that's just the wrong orientation. That does bug me a bit in this, but I agree that aesthetically, if I wasn't looking closely, it looks really nice.
A nice board for you for the finals. I'm not sure people have noticed, but yeah, there was a change up in the board being used. This one is a clear board with some nice 2 times word, 2 times letter. Like, it's a lot clearer, I think, for the viewers to see what's going on with the bonus squares. And so love to see it. There were some lighting issues earlier on in the tournament. I think they've gotten them all figured out for day 5. This is the final day. I can't believe it's already day 5, but yeah, this is it. This is the best of 5 finals. There's 1 round to go in the rest of the event, round 31. We already have a 3rd place person. That is Nigel Richards. He actually has a bye. He's not playing the final round. So there was an odd number of players in the top division. Anyways, focus here, of course, on Nigel Peltier or Mack Meller or both. One of them is going to win $10,000 in the most prestigious event in North America. Tell us what's coming out of the bag here, Morris, as Nigel starts round 2. Oh my gosh.
A blank. That's what's coming out of the bag. And a Z. Oh my god. Really good start so far for Nigel. Oh.
Wow.
Or, well, actually,
Wow.
you could probably do something with doubling the Z. So arrow ties is really risky, right? That could... Actually, no, it wouldn't give anything to the triple, I guess, right? So maybe something like arrow ties. What's jumping out at you, Josh? I mean, there's so many options.
I mean, just the 2 blanks. Just this whole rack is jumping out at me. We saw a very similar situation. Nigel Peltier having EOORZ blank blank against Nigel Richards in that final game where he had Eurozone available. Here, there's nothing on the board, so he's just looking for 7-letter words. There are a few options. Erratize, I think, yeah, the first thing that people will see, making the blanks vowels. That is a more commonly played word than Zosters or Bortzes.
Oh, nice.
But those are
Zootier,
the-
I guess, also.
yeah, those are the three options that I saw, but Zootier also available. You do want to double that Z on one of those double letter scores and just score 98 points here. But Nigel is going to take his time trying to find the absolute best way to hammer this opening rack, as Mack Meller just has to wait to find out. I feel like when you take more than 1 minute for your opening play, opponent's probably just like, okay, something is coming. Either something really bad or something really good. And
I
look
love-
at that. That was awesome. That was some gamesmanship right there, right, Morris?
Yes, so we should confirm that those are both S's on the blank cam, but if it looks like Mac
Yes.
isn't holding anything, so it looks like blanks were
Confirmed.
designated correctly. Zosters comes down. I mean, the nice thing for Mac is that with 2 S lanes now, they are. There's going to be opportunities to play bingos in the next few turns, most likely. It's right. If you make a play from the Z now, it seems like you might be able to still have those remain. And Mac immediately sets up freeze, Frieze. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. That seems very strong.
Yeah, freeze, I think by far Mac's best option here. Of course, you're down 98-0. You want to score points. You don't want to block the board. Like you said, those S's will come in handy potentially later on. The board is wide open now. One of the things you don't usually want to do after an opening bingo is overlap or stack on top or below the play, or to the right or to the left, depending on the play is vertical or not. And so freeze does everything you want. It creates a new lane on the left side of that final E, leaves all the nice, juicy floating lanes available. I think Mac's going to play this pretty soon, but obviously you want more out of this position. But lots of moves left to play, and I think this is Mac's best play. Is Nigel saddled with a pretty awful post-bingo draw.
Yeah, the thing to monitor for the rest of this game is how the S's will be used. Now that both blanks have been played and are S's themselves, and we're going to see things like this freeze spot, which the S will be really valuable for. So I'm going to be thinking about how does the S value change, given that it's now the most valuable tile in the bag.
Yeah, I agree. So Cogito lined up Nigel Peltier. That is a way to get rid of a lot of the junk on that rack. That would play through that Eye of Freeze, but open a big triple. That's not what he wants to do here. He also doesn't really want to play Coot. You just mentioned those S's, but he's looking at Coot to the left of Freeze. That creates an S hook that's kind of hard to deal with. I guess you might still play Coot because it's your best play, which is, I think, the case. It's really your only way to score 20 points in this position, but yeah, it's going to come in handy, I think, later on if Max sees an S draw, but he hasn't. He has drawn awfully, IOOUW, to his MY leave. So he's going to need to take some time and deal with the situation on his rack. So very bizarre opening racks, both blanks, something balanced, and now some really bad stuff for Mack Meller. What is he going to do here?
I immediately go to the spot next to the second E in freeze. He could put his Y or W there. So it depends on what letters he wants to get rid of the most. Something like Yow, YOW, or U, YOU. Both seem quite reasonable there. Or maybe even Woo, WOO. Depending on if he really dislikes the W and U together that much. What's jumping out at you, Josh?
Yeah, you is jumping out at me as well. The only real way to get rid of that overflow of vowels, not create huge counterplay to the left, that you protecting the spot next to the O, which would potentially score tons of points. If you play YOW, just a 5-letter word there could score 50 massive points. So YOU probably the only play here that that I'm okay with in the position. Of course, that leave a lot to be desired. IMOW, a lot leaves a lot to be desired. It's not a desirable leave, but I think it's worth playing for 19 points here.
Yes, and I mean that will be very good for Nigel P to get the U out in space. Obviously, he would have loved to play QIS and freezes for a boatload of points, but at least as a consolation, the U will allow him to shed his Q.
Indeed, yes, that U pretty useful. I don't know if he's going to use it if Mack plays YOU, because he does have both of these S's in Zosters. He could just play QIS for 32. But yeah, he's going to have some good options with the Q. So I think that was a very good draw. One of the reasons to play Coot and not to exchange, keeping the Q on the rack, is that if you just draw an I or a U, you're threatening 31 points in separate parts of the board. Sook and QIS available. So U is the play by Mack. It sets up potential plays if he draws like an A or an E next to it to make AYE, EYE. Yeah, worth playing for sure. And we'll see where Nigel decides to play his Q.
Yes. So Mack getting a bit better letters, and he's going to be able to make a play parallelly to YOU after Nigel chooses between which of his Q places to play. I guess, which one of the QIs do you prefer, or QISs do you prefer? I think I might prefer the one in the first position rather than at the end of Zosters, just because I feel like it's going to be harder to parallel it for a lot of points. Which way are you leaning?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's actually worth thinking about for some period of time which S to play QIS to. I feel like the fact that this part of the board is completely unused right now, playing down to the S, allowing QI overlaps to potentially open that space, is not a great plan. But then again, if you play to that S, it also feels like bingo is using the R or the S, getting blocked, preventing more of the board from being opened, is also a decent idea. I don't know where I would go here. I think intuitively you're right. I would play to the left rather than to the right, but it's definitely worth thinking about. Not for too long, but it does create very different outcomes for the board. So this is something these top players think about a lot. Yeah, but you only have 25 minutes, limited time. I would play QIS somewhere, hopefully within less than a minute, but I think Nigel's already taken more than a minute.
Yeah, one underrated thing that might tip the scales is blocking the T versus blocking the R. Nigel already has a T in hand, so it might be better for his perspective to keep the R open. He could draw into something like escargot next turn, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. There are lots of two-tile draws that work well for Nigel Peltier. Yet another reason to play on the left side and threaten things like escargot, cartages, a lot of stuff through that R. That's a very good point. I guess you could also consider playing quit through that U. Play one extra consonant, leave a little bit more balance on your rack. But I think with TEC available next turn, that also might tip the scales in favor of playing to the right. QIS to the first S in Zosters blocks that option for next turn next to freeze. So a lot to think about for Nigel Peltier on this decision, even though he's only thinking about 2 plays.
Yeah, or the same play in 2 different spots, it feels like. So now he's actually is he thinking exchanging GQ?
Wow, that would be pretty crazy when you have 31 points on the table with the lead, going for a bingo, but is an extremely strong leave, CEIST, with all those floating letters on the board. Bingo next turn could spell disaster. Well, not specifically disaster for Mack Meller, but I think you take the points here. He's playing to the right. He's not trying to bingo next turn. He's trying to maybe play TEC. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, both have their merits. We'll see how it turns out.
Over to Mac with AEIMOVW. So he's drawn an A. That is very useful because that gives him the word meow, MIAOW. Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly. But he can also now play to the left of YOU. He's looking at view. He could also play VAW. I think view a little bit stronger just to leave 2 vowels instead of 3. That's what I'd be thinking about here. I think we're playing VA or view.
Yeah, either seems reasonable. I might actually start looking towards the bag to see, because I think OMA versus OMIE is probably pretty close in leave value. So I would look towards the bag to see, is this game particularly different? I guess there have been a lot of O's played, but otherwise, but you're keeping an O in either one of those. So I guess that doesn't really give you that much help for distinguishing between the two. So it seems quite reasonable to me. I guess the one other value after this is you aren't actually creating worst case scenarios in the future for something like, actually, no, never mind. I was going to say, I forgot there was an E on freeze. I was going to say ST words in the triple, but never mind. So splitting hairs, both seem very good.
This is funny now, though, for Nigel Peltier. He's drawn AA, one of those 2-tile draws that would have worked really nicely after the other QIS. Hopefully he's not regretting his decision, seeing that he would have had a playable cartages through the R. He still has a nice 58-point lead, but now the play of Tech TEC looks a little bit worse. He's drawn duplicate vowels. He might not want to keep 2 A's on his rack. It's still a very good score, though. Is there anything else coming to mind here for you, Morris, on this turn?
I might pivot to Geta there, creating only 2 overlaps, Oft and Aura. That seems good as well. The E is obviously a good tile to keep, but CAS is still a very good leave regardless. You're scoring decently still, not quite as much as Tech, but yeah, something like that might be where I'd go here.
Yeah, you could play gate as well, but that would set up the a gate hook, which you do have, but there are so many A's unseen. Nigel's drawn 2 of them. They're the first 2 A's in this game. So something like that makes sense. Keeping AEGST, which he's considering here, also looks very good. I'm not really sure where you necessarily want to play AC on this
Orca
board.
is where he's considering, I think.
Just Orca. Yeah, that makes sense. That opens a new lane that is aggressive, that is sort of the opposite of what your instinct tells you to do in these positions. But sometimes offense is the best defense, creating a situation where you're very likely to just jump and score a second bingo in this game could be worth considering. The S hook again on Scoot. Nigel has it. Maybe he wants to keep it alive. Maybe he doesn't. Very interesting turn for Nigel Peltier. He's down to 16 minutes. We'll have to see what he does. And Mac is drawn extremely poorly to AMO. Another terrible draw, AIIY. So he's probably not feeling so great about his chances in game 2.
There's still a lot of game left. I mean, the saving grace is if my opponent made a huge play with the Z and 2 blanks at the beginning of the game and I'm within a bingo still, that feels good. It feels like I'm fighting and I'm fending off the worst my opponent could have offered. So I think he could stick with it and still has some potential here. I do wonder, so to me, naturally, the G is a worse tile paired with AEST than the C. I guess maybe it just doesn't score as much as something like Orca, but could you maybe play off the G and the A if you're going towards bingo, something like Gas through the S and Zosters?
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea as well. You could play Sag, go crazy, set up Saga and Sage and Sago. That feels way too aggressive. But yeah, playing off the A and the G definitely feels better than playing off the A and the C. It's just like score. Do you want to score 6 less to keep a C? Do you want to score a little bit more and keep a G? He's looking at Geta. I feel like Geta is the right idea here. Just scoring enough so that if Mac bingos, you're most likely still going to be in the lead and keeping a balance on the rack of ACS. You could score next turn. You could bingo next turn. feel like this is the right balance between aggression and trying to pad your lead for Nigel Peltier, but he's burned a lot of time. Very interesting decision.
I agree. An issue with playing something like Orca or Sack or Sag or Gas is if you don't get the bingo, your lead that was by a bingo before starts to become a 40 or 50 point lead. If you do that again, it could become a 30 or 40 point lead. And all of a sudden, Mack doesn't need a bingo to come back. And if he does get a bingo, now you really have to claw back instead of just have a tempo advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes players get a little bit stuck playing a little bit too aggressive with the lead, and they lose that lead. They get a couple of bad draws, and their opponent's able to claw their way back. In most situations, there's no real way to determine whether you are closer than your opponent to getting a bingo down. You kind of have to assume when you're ahead that your opponent is going to get somewhat luckier than you. That's a good way to sort of protect your advantage. But sometimes your opponent's rack is just random. Sometimes your opponent has AAIIO, and you can just do whatever you want. And he's playing Sack for 10 points, 2-point sacrifice, 2-point sack over Orca, which we were discussing earlier. This takes an S and a K hook. I think that's it. So a pretty good way to be aggressive. But Mack's got to be like, really? This is what this guy's doing with the lead? And this is what I have on my rack? He's got to feel pretty awful about this.
Yeah, I guess Mack does have a nice idea set up now. He has Amity through the T in Zoster, which now scores a lot more given that Nigel played Sack. So that seems quite reasonable. Nigel also drew kind of perfect letters to the leaf he had. The L and the N both pair really nicely with the G. So he has very good bingo tiles next turn. We'll see what comes of that.
Yeah, lots of 7-letter words available on this rack, but will any of them fit? I see tangles, gelants. Those don't fit on the board as far as I'm aware. Is he going to be able to bingo through the R of Zosters? No. So it actually feels like he's missed his chance at really padding his lead here. It's a great rack, but it is homeless on this board. So Amity comes down, and Nigel Peltier is probably going to realize he has no bingo and just play Tangle to the right of Amity, which is a very nice score, leaving that lone S. But it sort of feels like he's failed in his attempt to get very far ahead in this game. But Mack has not gotten any help. I cannot imagine a worse draw than that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Mack is not having the most fun time. I guess one thing that's nice about Tangle is that you get rid of the scoot hook, which could be annoying long term to block if the game comes down to that. So I guess that's another nice advantage, aside from scoring 33, which is good enough. I think Mack, after this, is going to have to exchange at this point. Seems like there's very little resources that are going to be available to him.
Yeah, Amity was definitely worth playing. It scored well over 20 points and left AIO, which could easily improve if you draw some consonants. But he has drawn AAIV to that. There's only a 3-letter word available on this rack. Multiple, I guess, via, ava, ova. Those are not worth playing anywhere on this board. There's nothing to play through either. Even after Tangle, you can play a few more tiles, I guess, but it's just not going to be worth it for Mack. He's going to have to exchange, but he's only down 44 here, so he still has chances if he draws well next turn or a few turns after, and Nigel starts drawing some similarly poor racks. There's still definitely some game to be played. So Tangle coming down for Nigel Peltier. I think we're going to see a pretty quick exchange in response.
Yeah, so we'll see how Mack handles this position for which exchange he chooses. It's going to be Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, I'm wondering, is Arya worth it here through the Arryn Zosters?
No.
AVIO is, yeah, it's...
There's no way. You can't do that to yourself. You're barely scoring 0 with that play. You're opening scoring spots. You're blocking lanes. I don't like it at all. Mack, I wonder if he knows exactly what Nigel has. After the play of sack, it really feels like Nigel's holding an S on his rack. So I wonder if Mack can tell that that was Nigel Peltier's leave after Tangle. It's a good question.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. It seems quite reasonable to assume the S there. And I mean, sharking should come down after this exchange.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is actually ridiculously lucky. A great draw to that lone S. I'm sure Nigel's just like, okay, just don't block the A, just don't block the A. But is the fact that sharking could potentially take an S any worry to you, Morris? That might come into play with the very strict challenge rule. You have to be kind of sure of that. Sharking sounds like it could be a word.
I don't like it. I would never think sharking would take an S, but I actually don't know with 100% certainty now that you bring it up. I don't think that's good, though, right?
It is not good, but in certain situations, it may as well be. So I think this is coming down soon for Nigel Peltier. He was hoping also for an E for gherkins. That would have been really nice to see. But sharking coming down, this is 78 points, putting Nigel well into the lead here. And I feel like with this desperate situation, if Mack draws a good play with sharkings, he's going to try it. And we'll have to see if Nigel lets it go.
Yeah, I guess that is fair that given the score differential in this game, we might see a sharkings try. And he does draw an S. So, and actually, it is really good to make a non-bingo with sharkings if you're going to phony here, and you know it's a phony, just because if you make too large a play that's like 120 points, Nigel might think this feels a lot more tenuous if I am wrong about this challenge. This feels more tenuous if I let this stay. Whereas if you play like for 50, 60 points now with sharkings, you're still in commanding position if you're Nigel, and then losing another turn is how you lose. So
Right.
I feel like playing a non-bingo sharkings makes a lot of sense.
Maybe something like so far could be on Mack's radar, making sharkings. That would score 54 points. He's looking at 4, but that is his best non-phony play, I think. This will hook an R onto your, create an actual good S hook with yours underneath it. And I think that's probably what Mack's going to do here. He's not really ready to risk everything on sharkings just yet. There's still around half of the game to be played. Maybe he'll bingo 3 times in a row. Seems unlikely, but on this board, pretty possible. The bottom of the board still pretty unused, and it's kind of hard to eliminate the space long term.
Indeed. So yeah, your takes it back S or N for that matter. So those 2 tiles could be key for that spot, especially now Nigel has Fuji set up. So it'll be hard to obstruct that spot naturally. Maybe, I guess, if you make a J play next turn. But yeah, Fuji, I think, is probably Nigel's best play. I don't really see anything competitive with it. Maybe Jin off of QI, but UW is so disgusting. I think you got to play Fuji here.
Yeah, definitely just Fuji as soon as you realize there's nothing better. Keeping MGNW, obviously some risk associated with that leave. You could draw 3 consonants, but yeah, you got to take 42 here. Got to take out that scoring spot and hope to draw a vowel or 2 to continue to apply that very, very important scoring pressure when you're up by so much. That's all you need to do. But that is 3 consonants. So there's some potential plot twist still available in this game, despite Mack's pretty bad draw to SALADTU. That's not going to bingo for him. Do you play Salute, Salt, something like that? How do you pronounce that? SAULT? Sue, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. This might be the turn where you play Sharkings, honestly, if any.
I think
turn.
so. I think so.
I assume you meant there and not the yours spot. Although the yours spot still scores pretty well.
Yeah, he can get 32 with yours, but with Sharkings, I think he can get 46. So it feels like this might be the time, maybe even 48, to play SALUT or SAULT, making Sharkings just to score something and put the pressure on. I wonder if Mack's going to pull the trigger. He probably knows with certainty, or almost absolute certainty, that Sharkings is not a word. One of the lists that Mack studies, I hope I'm not giving away too much information, is the INGS words. Right before Nationals, he was drilling those, making sure he knew which ING words take an S. It's always so difficult to know whether INGS words are valid. Usually, actions, there's a better chance that that takes an S. And Sharking, I mean, it is an action, I guess. So he probably knows, but that doesn't mean he's not going to try it.
Yeah, I do think, though, he's taking so much time here at this point. It feels like that would maybe tip off to Nigel sometimes, that Mack. Like, if you're keeping... I guess if you play all of 1 point tails, SAULT, it could be you were just really hemming and hawing about, do I really want to blow up this bingo rack? But it still feels like if he was going to play that, he should have played it faster if he was hoping to get one past Nigel.
And do you think with Nigel's rack of 7 consonants, it's more or less likely than usual that he'll challenge? He won't really be able to address the board after a play with Sharkings and block that triple that it would open. So you think he's going to be more or less inclined to challenge? I feel like maybe more, but that could be the level of pressure that sort of creates the situation that Mack needs.
I think I think he's probably not going to challenge it. He's up by enough where 40 something, right? You said 47 points or 46 points, something like that. Isn't a make or break thing. He'll still be up over 100. So I think you just accept it, exchange, and let Mack get away with it.
Yeah, I really wonder. It feels like Mack's not thinking about doing that. Feels like he has UTA lined up to play there. So maybe he's going for an even higher scoring phony, or just not going to even try it. Maybe he respects Nigel Peltier's word knowledge a little bit too much and feels like he shouldn't be risking something like that. But I would do it at some point for sure, but I wouldn't know whether it's a word or not.
Yeah. So back to Nigel. The only thing that I could even see that's I'd consider playing is Wimp. I feel like that just gives back too juicy a bingo line, though, that I would probably just exchange.
I kind of feel like Wimp is worth playing here. I guess the one thing that I don't like about it, I'm okay with what it gives back. What I don't like about it is that it signals weakness to Mack. Mack's probably going to be like, oh, okay, this guy doesn't have an S and probably has 4 consonants in a pool that is insanely vowel heavy from Mack's perspective. But okay, just Yorn. That is really, really interesting by Nigel Peltier. Yeah, blocks the hook. This really feels like, okay, you're going to try Sharkings? Go ahead. This might be really scary now for Mack if he's trying to win this game. It's like, this guy's blocking this hook for just a one-tile play. This is really cool. We saw some really cool one-tile plays, Nigel versus Nigel. He's drawn a vowel. That's very nice. There's around a 50% chance of that happening. Back to Mack Meller with AADELSU. Still no bingo in sight for the 2024 champion, and he's in huge danger of losing this game too.
So I think Mack can read that play in one of two ways. One is that Nigel has no vowels. Otherwise, he almost certainly would have, or maybe just a U as a vowel, as his only vowel, just because he would have probably made a play parallelly to Forb, not just playing off the end, but playing a few more tiles.
There are no U's.
So yeah, that's a good point. So it's either he is all consonants or he's really, really close to a bingo, right? Where we play off one to kind of eliminate all these worst case scenarios. If I have to open it, then I'll give Nigel a bingo. I think you have to hope here, though, it's the first case when you're down by 160, kind of like what Josh was saying, where when you're in such a commanding lead, you usually want to think in terms of what's the worst case scenario my opponent could have. When you're down by so much, it's the flip. What's the best case scenario my opponent could have to give me a realistic chance here? So I think you have to hope it's going to be that version. And Mack might be setting up AAL above sharking, I think. Is that what he's doing?
I really
Setting up
think
his S.
so. Yeah, I mean, you're in desperation mode here if you're Mack Meller. I feel like a play like QUA, it leaves so well, but it doesn't really accomplish the goal of bingoing and scoring. So he's going to go for AAL. This is an incredible decision. It's going to be somewhat blockable if you have vowels, but why would Nigel Peltier have any vowels after the play of Yorn? So I feel like this play, an incredibly sharp idea by Mack, exploiting the information that Nigel Peltier's previous play has given him. I love it. I love it.
Really, really impressive stuff. And Nigel happens to have drawn the vowel, right? Either an A, E, or O works after putting ag there, so he's going to be able to play tamp.
But look at that. Do you really want to do that? Open a triple?
I mean, has the other P been played yet? Or I'm trying to see.
He has both.
Right. He has both.
What about Saponite?
So, I guess Saponite, but I think most plays, if I'm correct, like something like sippable would be a double P word if you start with an S, right? So I guess Saponite is in play for a turn, but are there going to be a lot of other Sapidity, I guess? I'm trying to think of other ones like that.
Yeah, I mean, 161 points Saponite would score. It would still leave Mack behind in this game, but it feels like Nigel Peltier has just given him an opportunity, maybe just a one-turn opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless to get back in this game within the span of one move rather than, a slow, concerted effort. Mack would have to have drawn 2 or 3 bingos in quick succession before the play of Tamp hit the board, but now there's a clear target for Mack Meller. I don't think he's going to get there, and he doesn't have what he needs, maybe just one rack, but it feels like that was pretty bizarre decision if you're Nigel Peltier.
Yeah, I guess, and I realize Sapidity doesn't even play given the Ys are gone. I guess something like Separate might be a higher probability outcome that could have been in play there. So, yeah, really interesting. You are right that I just don't know what else you would do. Are you saying make a play like Taw instead there, or Tag, and then just create a juicy S spot that's not as juicy as AAL?
Yeah, I feel like something like that makes sense. Obviously, the hook on AAL, it only scores 12 points. Then you get whatever you get with the S play coming down. So I guess it doesn't really do much if you play a 3-tile play to slow Mack down for scoring. He's going to play Uke. He might have something in mind through that P. I don't see it at the moment, but this makes a lot of sense. Is Nigel now going to play PWN from that P to just make it completely impossible to get tripled on? No. He is playing Gru very quickly to block that hook on sack. This makes sense, but once again, there's a threat on the board, and I don't think Nigel Peltier is really honing in on what to do about that threat.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I wonder what Mack is fishing for here, though. I mean, we have to assume it's with that P, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything specific, but UKE leaving DENOS seems very strong just on equity alone. Right now, Mac doesn't have a playable bingo. He can overlap the J and the I on the bottom left of the board with OD. That seems pretty good. But maybe he wants to go for something precise here. He's thinking, maybe I need more than just a really good leave. Maybe I need a triple, and it feels like Nigel Peltier is letting me have that potential triple.
So he isn't immediately trying to play off just the ED, which would have really indicated that he was fishing for something specific. It looks like he's shuffling around, playing the ONED somewhere right now. So, yeah, I guess you were probably right that he wasn't fishing for anything specific. It just felt like Duns as a leaf was very strong there.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. I mean, it's crazy that I have to do this, but I'm trying to look for something that Mac would be fishing for through that P. It looks like Siphoned is available with an IH draw or a YH draw. There are no Ys left, so that seems like the only thing he could have gotten after Uke, and that makes so much sense because Morris Saponite, we said 161 points. Siphoned is going to score so much more than that, putting an H in fourth position. If I do the math, I'm probably going to get it wrong, but I think that's 45 more points on the triple with that H. So bed being played, he's going for it again. Is he going to draw IH? I. Now he's one letter off. Nigel must be like, what is this guy doing? What is he fishing for?
But this how he arranges rack is completely indicative of he's looking at siphon specifically. Right, he's left one tile off the side. He's indicating SI blank ONED. He's going for siphoned here, almost certainly. I think if you're Nigel, like, you can't be too emotional here and just react to the most immediate, the thing that was just played. You need to actually take a step back, think about, how can I actually lose this game? I'm up 180 points right now after bed. The Z is gone, all that stuff. So this feels like an overreaction to me. Like,
yeah, he's addressing the threat. It feels like he's falling into Mack Meller's trap. He's addressing the immediate threat that was created by the play of BED. Mack is going to put that eye on Dev, I think, within a few seconds, recreating a threat on the bottom row and just hoping for that H. There is one H to draw. There are 22 tiles on scene from Mack's perspective. Very unlikely, but what's more unlikely? Drawing an H or winning the game some other way. I think it is definitely the latter. So Devi, I think the play that Mac wants to make, he's probably thinking about QI as well for 11, but Devi feels like the right trap to set. It feels like the right diversion to create for Nigel Peltier. And is he going to key into what's going on here? He has had plays from that P of Tamp every turn in this situation. So is he going to play from the P? It feels like he's not aware of the threat that's lurking. Mac has drawn an S. He still has chances to draw what he needs. This would be the most insane swindle I have ever seen. It looks like Nigel Peltier playing Nip, unaware of what is lurking in the bag. Crazy stuff.
yeah, I guess the question also is, at some point, I think you even pass up bingos at this point, right? Even if you drew into bingos that aren't siphoned. That's my one potential issue with this plan, is that sure, it goes for the immediate kill shot, but it hinges on one tile in the bag. right? So I guess that gives a 1 out of 18 shot at any time.
Oh, this
And
is so
Nigel's now
unfortunate.
drawn bingos. So I think he could even outrun Siphon next turn.
Maybe. So, okay, Mac has a lot of points for the S. Freezes and woes. That
That's true.
scores 25. His lead, Nigel's lead is under 200. Siphoned would score over 200. But I think even if this happens, Bandor coming down, something is going to give. Mac is not looking at his tile. Oh, it's an X. But even if it was an H, I think Broaden or Bandor would outrun. Just play this. H is still out there. It's so unfortunate. Mac's gonna drop the X, but I think it's all over at this point. Crazy, crazy game. Look at these resources both of these guys are able to pull when they're behind.
Yeah, a bit fast of a play, honestly, I think. Like, I would immediately see that the X is still unseen and play Bandor to not give the X spot that Nigel just created, just because AXE would then be another lucrative line. I mean, it
But
feels
Morris,
great.
I
I
mean,
guess
one-
you're winning
one
by so
tile.
much.
No, but Mac's been playing one tile. There's no way he has the X, right?
Well, he could have just drawn the X and
Yeah.
then you create another
That's what I'm
line, right? Like, I understand he wasn't keeping it, but
Oh my god. If Mac just drops the X for 25, he
Yeah.
has a 1 in 3 chance now. The best chance he's
Yeah,
ever had
it's
of drawing the H. Oh my goodness. It's not going to be enough now, though. Nigel up 274 points. Even if he passes his turn, loses a challenge, empties the bag for a small score, Siphoned will not win the game. But it's going to get Max so close. Way too close. I'm counting it up now, Morris. I'm hoping it
Yeah.
happens.
and I think Nigel will just drop the L to make lax after Axe goes down. Right, that has to be the response with 3 in the bag. Leave 1 in the bag still.
Yeah. I think it's 224. If my math is correct. Probably not correct. 16, 18, 90, 167, 179, 229. Anyways, that's a lot of points, but Mac is down more points than that. Still, such an incredible idea from the reigning national champion, Mack Meller.
If Mac had it this turn, he would literally be more than doubling his score. All the rest of the game, all of his scores would be less than this one play. So, whoa, okay. Oh, interesting. He's going for EH. This might be enough to win.
He's not going to get it. Nigel has the last E, and Mac has a 2 in 3 chance of drawing that H. Let's see if he gets it, and let's see his expression. What an incredible attempt. I can't believe this has happened. Just a pretty, I guess it's not basic, but Max sees that H and is like, man, just 1 letter away. But it wouldn't have been enough. It's not a basic mistake from Nigel Peltier, but you have to think, what could I possibly lose to? Use the space on the board to your advantage. Tamp, I think, was a dreadful, dreadful mistake, but did not cost Nigel the game, giving Mac a small chance where there was none.
I don't think Tamp was the mistake. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense to kind of kill most of that threat immediately. I just think you go for the full kill shot the next turn. It's like he had 1 vowel there, a lot of clunky consonants. I really understand the instinct to, because like if Mac had still like Sextain or something like that and Tawz, that would still be a lot of points, and the position would be comfortable for the rest of the game. So I don't have a problem with that play for 1 turn, but leaving that open turn after turn, that feels a bit more, a bit less comfortable, because there is this recursive element to someone fishing off 1 tile at a time, where their leave, is really strong, and each time it only gets stronger when that tile is still lurking.
Yeah, you might be right about that, Morris. There were still opportunities for Mack to bingo multiple times after any play that Nigel made. So it, I think, was just the logic behind the play that was potentially lacking, given the follow-up. And Mack is just like, dude, what are you doing? Why did you let me fish for that? What is going on? Mack is down to 20 seconds. He's going to play his H off probably with HOD or something. No, he's just going to play soft. He's going to be like, I was close, bro. I was close. You're so lucky. But yeah, crazy game. I can't believe Mack gave himself a chance there. We didn't even know what he was doing. We didn't know what he was up to here in the booth. We get to see everything. We get to use engines. We get to check words. These guys have nothing but their minds in this best of 5 finals. It's crazy to see what they can do with said.
I know this game isn't over yet, but it seems like they're already talking about it. Is it possible to cut to overhead mic a bit early?
Sure. Yeah, I think we can do that. I think we'll let them talk.
You said 51 for that one.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they'll talk once the game is over, but there's a little bit of chatter there. We can leave the mic on though.
Go over. Okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Now I might as well take my minute. Didn't want to do what I did yesterday. Okay. Okay.
So a reminder, by the way, Nigel Peltier already beat Mack twice in the main event before the finals. So even if Mack manages to win this series, he will only at best have a tie, 3-3, if he wins the next two. Forgot to mention that.
44.
Yep.
542.
Yeah, it'll be 334 once you go out there.
7.
Yep. Yeah, 51, 334. Already a game. Yep. Yeah, I tried. Like I said, I mean,
Amazing. Like I said, that makes me feel
yeah,
uncomfortable.
yeah. No, I mean, I think at this point, I mean, there's 2 S's left. I got to do that. Like, if I don't, I mean,
I probably should have just after Tampa. I probably should have just first opportunity do something.
Yeah.
Something else.
or just eat something here. Yeah, 'cause I mean, that's about the only. You're up so much. I mean,
Literally
like a 80, 90 point bingo isn't going to hurt you at that point. I mean, it's like
that's massive points. Like that does get
it's
you back in it.
it's 224.
Yeah,
So
I don't
like
think my lead was quite. Maybe at the
after
very
this, I
end.
mean, the reason I did this because I could have just dropped the X, but then even if you're oblivious, it's not even enough.
Wow.
Because you're just up. I mean, you're up to because you're up to 274, and like I said, this is I think it says 224. So, I mean, this only cuts it to 250, and there's no scoring tile. So even if you just go here, it's not enough. So that's why I was like, all right, I gotta score more. Hope to draw EH out of the bag.
You would have seen my face go pale.
Yeah.
If you hit that.
I guess I should have just played Siphon here. That's funny. At the end, I was so distracted by everything. That's funny.
What's a few?
Yeah, it shouldn't matter. Yeah. That's funny. I just didn't even see Siphon. Yeah. Could have started laying it down to scare you, but that's not really my nature.
So it's
217, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it was. I don't feel bad about my attempts there after a very rough start that game. I mean,
Now I see 2, 1,
Well, this skipped NODES. This skipped IONDES. I mean, I kept trying to distract you. I mean,
Yeah, I thought you. I don't know.
I mean,
But I don't need to be thinking about single fingers. I literally should.
Yeah.
Just realize
right. I mean, if I bingo for 80 at that point. So, yeah, I was also hoping when you played this, maybe you had no vowels and you were just trying to block this. That's in part why I did.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a big reason why I did that
I
because
drew the lone vowel.
yeah.
You guys want this year? Or
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
It's just so funny to me that I didn't see siphon after fishing for siphon. I mean, I was obviously the first tile turnover was the H and turned over the A, so I was just kind of slightly tilted from that. I think I just listened. As long as we don't tie, none of this from the last 2 games matters.
Well, we've had some close ones and some
Yeah.
very unclose ones. So
I mean, it's like this. It's funny. Like even though obviously I lost by 200, like I feel like I had a chance here, which is
Yes,
amazing.
yes.
Like if I had drawn that H earlier, man, I mean, it could have been.
I think a tie would be a poetic way to
Yeah.
like later in this series. That
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, it's lunchtime.
yeah.
I guess it's lunchtime. You know, you're playing a game at the highest level, but you can't escape food. You need food. You need sustenance. So these 2 guys are going to have lunch. We have some updates for you before the potential last 3 or 2 games of this best of 5, as Nigel Peltier ties the series up 1-1 with a decisive but potentially shaky victory over Mack Meller. So, Morris, we have some updates for the standings. We know who got 3rd place already. Nigel Richards. Jackson Smiley has won his final game against Will Anderson to finish 4th place. Joey Krafchick, 5th place. Zach Ansell, 6th place. Will Anderson, 7th. And Chris Cree, 8th. Kenji Matsumoto, 9th. And Ian Weinstein coming back from the dead almost to finish in 10th place. He was the runner-up last year. So those are our updates for you for the final standings, save for the results of this series, Morris.
Yes, and yeah, there were a few people there. I saw Zach Ansell was 6-10, and I think he won 12 in a row to get into the top 10. Sneak in, I think he lost his first 2 today. I noticed, and so that's sometimes Scrabble though. You have really good games, you have really bad games. So I wouldn't say these first 2 games are necessarily indicative of what the score results will be in the next 3 games. The only thing that's indicative to me is just how much these players are thinking on every turn, right? Mack finding chances this game and being resourceful, even being down over 200 points, really amazing. And Nigel in the first game, on a seemingly dead board with very little space, kept creating little nuanced chances that tested Mack. So I think we're going to see positions where even if the score could be out of hand, they come up with clever ideas to have even a 1% chance to win.
Yeah, it's been lovely seeing the tactics at work, the strategy at work. This is why we love Scrabble. It's not just a word game. It's not just a math game. There are so many elements that come together to create masterpieces over the board. I'm so happy to be able to witness this firsthand with you, with all of the audience. Huge thanks again to our producers for putting this on. Also, worth mentioning, a second stream, once again, being broadcast for the international division between Dennis Ikekarigor and Alex Seaholm. So we have 3 more rounds, maybe 2, hopefully 3. I think we're all hoping for a 5-game showdown after lunch. We will be back very soon for that. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching. See you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. I am super excited. We have a special guest in the booth. Will Anderson is here, and he is here to stay for the last 2 or 3 games. Will, thank you so much for coming, and can't wait to hear your insights on these games.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Thank you so much, Josh and Morris. I'm very excited to be here and join the two of you for what we hope will be 3 more games in the finals. Knotted up at 1 right now, so I feel like that's exactly where we want to be for me to hop into the booth.
And I think we're back. Nice.
Morris, apologize. Many apologize. Many apologies. It really just dropped immediately.
Yeah.
We're back though. Okay. What were we saying, Will? We are
Well,
ready.
I came in and I brought some of the, internet goblins with me and caused us to drop off the call, but we are back now. So we should be good to get started here. I had attempted to ask Morris what he saw from the first couple of games that he thought would be relevant to us as we move forward in games 3.5.
Yeah, so it looks like Mack has drawn tiles, though, so we'll discuss more sort of the high-level hopes after the game. And Mack has already drawn a blank, though the letters he's paired it with do not look promising for a bingo. So I think an exchange could be warranted on this turn. What are you guys liking?
Yeah, exchanging seems good. Maybe RYU instead. I think I might play through. Actually, this is super interesting. Maybe exchange YYU.
You could also play Ari here if you want to get rid of both Ys, but you would leave just UI blank going into next turn, which maybe Mac won't want to do that, but it scores a little extra.
Yeah, that's a good find of EYRY. That's probably what I would do if I could find it at least. I didn't find it here. Yeah, that's probably the best play. It's probably worth the points.
Interesting. Yeah, it feels close to me. I would tend to lean towards exchanging UYY. I think that also partially is a tendency because I just feel like the UI just feels really clunky, but with the blank, that does, I guess, lessen that burden a bit. These are all going to be close options, and it really just depends on your flavor. I will say for someone like Mac, who has even really low probability words so solid, something that keeps a slightly worse leave with a blank, he'll be able to see every bingo. So this probably is the best move for him. This is also quite defensive in a lot of ways. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, over to Nigel Peltier here with EXORBLE. He would really have hoped for an A. That is a word, right? Exorable would have been playable. I think it's exorably that's invalid, right?
Yeah, I agree. So he's doesn't get an A to bail him out, and he's going to have to think about ways he can play his X, although it looks like he has Lobe set up, which would play decently alongside Ari there, making buy. I would certainly need to use my X if at all possible. Maybe just something like Boxer down forming BY is a good way to shed the X, but that would certainly give a lot of counterplay back to Mac, Morris.
Yeah, these are all fairly close, I feel like, once again. I feel like I'm going to be a broken record soon if I keep saying this all game. It does feel like, though, the BLE is actually super strong as a combo, more strong than you might think individually at first glance each of those tiles get. So I do understand the instinct to maybe shed the X and go for a bingo soon.
Yeah, this is a super fascinating position. Boxer, I guess at least it creates a couple of spots. You got that scoring spot on the right, that scoring spot on the left. Maybe just box instead, but I feel like that's a little bit too risky, opening only that one big scoring spot. This is a tough situation for Nigel Peltier. He's already burned over 2 minutes on it.
Mac has set up. I'm not sure why he has his tiles aligned that way or what he's thinking about, but it definitely feels like he is very, very likely to bingo on his next turn, especially if Nigel opens the board in any meaningful way. I wonder what happens if Nigel plays Loeb here. Does that leave Mack in a little bit more difficult of a situation trying to bingo?
Yeah, but we know if there is a 9-letter word through that ER, who's most likely to spot it now that Nigel has left the room is Mack Meller. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Nigel Peltier decides to do in this position. He's thinking now about Obe, which is even more interesting, I guess, setting up the hook of Robe for next turn. Very fascinating. I don't know what's right here. There might be some other plays too worth considering that would potentially set the X up, but I don't really see a great way of doing that. So yeah.
Yeah, I
think
was just starting to look into
Obe.
that. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah, I was going to say, I know, Josh, you're specifically a fan a lot of the time when you have this sort of opening position. Is there any way to slot things above both the, like off the last Y? If you can make a 5-tile play with the Y as a third letter, you can often set up 2X spots at once. That sort of thing I know you're especially fond of in some past games. So it looks like Nigel's going for Loeb. We said this makes a lot of sense, a lot of close plays, and he moves on.
Oh, over to Mac with EINTTU blank. Now, I don't see a playable bingo here, but there may as well be an engine in Mack Meller's head, because if there is one, I feel like he's going to find it. Will, any ideas?
This is brutal because with those letters, you would definitely, in Mack's shoes, be assuming that you must have something playable here. Good mix of vowels and consonants. If you could just figure out a way to play through the ER again, as you mentioned, Mack's so good with his 9-letter words, but amazingly nothing playable in this game here. So that is pretty brutal, and I'm very curious to see, Morris, how quickly does Mack pull the trigger on a non-bingo play and admit defeat on this turn?
I'm sure he's going to look through the ER for a while. The BY and the OE feel, I'm guessing he can cycle through those a bit faster and determine pretty quickly there's nothing through there. Yeah, I mean, the saving grace here to some extent is that the lane, in terms of saving time, is that the lanes available right now for non-9s are going to be 7s. They're going to be either off the ER, right? You could put like an S or an F, a P or an H there. You could also play off of on the other side, as Josh is highlighting, and then you can make the globe hook. So he'll scan all these options and I think determine probably in the next minute or two that there's nothing there. Then he'll have to pivot. My guess is his main objective then, since there's going to be a lot of high scoring options on this board with his 1-point tiles, to just shed at least the T and the U. I guess, are there any ideas that you guys have once Mack kind of determines, okay, there isn't anything playable here?
Yeah, I really wonder. I don't have any clue what I would do here if I was Mack Meller. I want to get rid of a T and a U. There doesn't seem to be a good place to do that. Maybe I can spend a little bit of time looking for a 9-letter word, but at some point it just feels like you've exhausted all of the possibilities. Mack is so good at finding these 9-letter words, anything he has on his rack. So I'm not sure what I'd do. Morris, take me through a thought process when you have a blank and you feel like there's something you have to play or you have to find. What do you do?
I was talking with this with Will a bit right before we cut the stream, just because he was talking about earlier in the term he had some positions where if you have these sort of letters that look bingo-y and you spend a lot of time, it's really grueling to part away from that. So at some point, you just need to take a deep breath and think, okay, let's assume that I'm right and there is no bingo here. Then I might try to do something. Then what are my strategic options here? If I don't have a bingo, the strategic options usually are either scoring immediately or setting myself up in the best position possible to score next turn. So when I conclude that I can't really score immediately, like this board dictates, I'm going to, okay, what maximizes my bingo chances next turn? I might even also be thinking about, is there any way to make a play that sets myself up not only for a bingo in a likelihood, but for a high point bingo next turn? So he's now has until, I think, set up to the L, which definitely accomplishes goals of getting rid of the U and the T. Those are kind of the tiles that are most hindering his ability to bingo immediately. I do wonder, is there any way for him to set up a lane that's pretty high scoring? Or maybe he just says, you know what, this turn, I'm just going to make this play. I have to expect Nigel at some point to give me some more opportunity to get not only a bingo, but a higher scoring bingo.
Yeah, at this score line, it feels like there doesn't need to be a high scoring bingo for Mack. If he plays until and then gets something through maybe the N or the T, he could even draw a 9-letter word through that ER. It feels like he'll be in nice control of this game. What you don't really want is to have a low scoring bingo that opens so much for Nigel Peltier. So if he gets something down here, he won't be as comfortable. But I feel like after until, this is a great idea by Mack. It doesn't open too much in the way of scoring, but opens a decent line for him to bingo soon and bingo well.
Yeah, the only play I might have considered there is utter for fewer points through the ER. That would have, pairing up with INE blank, that double line would have been really strong. And then utter takes a lot of front hooks too. So I might have been waffling between those two, but I think this seems very nice.
All right, back to Nigel P, who has EEERRUX, but he's just been gifted a nice spot, Will.
Yeah, he's almost certain to plop his X down right on top of until. There was no good place to use it beforehand. The thing that I'm wondering if I'm Nigel is what in the world caused Mack to take nearly, I don't know how much time he took on his opening move, but something like 1 or 2 minutes. What just caused him to take 5 to 6 minutes on that previous move? That's what I'd be thinking about. I don't think Nigel needs to worry about adjusting his play beyond just playing our old standby XU right there. But in a different circumstance, Nigel would definitely be considering that time usage from Mack as, I think, a big red flag at that maybe he's got something good, maybe a blank that he's trying to fit on the board. I'm thinking about that, Morris, if I'm Nigel.
Yeah, and I think the saving grace here to some extent, though, is after XU, sure, Mack might get a bingo, but as Josh was saying before, with it's kind of somewhat a whiff if he plays a bingo for low points and open a spot for Nigel. If Mack now plays a bingo off of the UN just created from XU, it's going to be a similar situation where it's going to be very low points for a bingo, and it will create pretty lucrative spots for Nigel. So given Nigel's tiles, I think that it's a really sensible counter response to any possible read he has after Mack's previous play.
Do I say it, Will? A challenge sensical.
That's true.
Back to Mack with AEITU blank. There might have been a bingo playable before XU, but certainly isn't one now. Another turn where you're really kind of just scratching your head. You feel like with the early blank, you should have the advantage. You should be bingoing soon. But the play of XU, it's so nice for the board for Nigel. Taking a small lead, Mack's behind in this position. He needs to get a bingo soon, or he's going to fall even further behind.
Yeah, I would say the nice thing here, unlike the first move, is that Mack is going to be able to get off of this rack more quickly. You can just tell by how many vowels he has that it's very unlikely that there is a bingo that he's missing, and he's just going to dump some vowels here with a play that I'm pretty sure we all approve of, Morris.
Yeah, I think this looks very solid, though. I feel like if Nigel Richards were here, I feel like we need to look at here words now, or their words, or where words with the ERE just in the middle of the board. But this seems very good. AIT blank, probably bingos something like, I don't know, 70% of the time, 80% of the time, and he looks like he's very likely to bingo next turn. So it does the job he needed it to do.
Yeah, so EAU coming down for Mack, and Nigel Peltier quickly going to play Exude. That's a play I was thinking he would make even before EAU hit the board. Scores really well, retains those 2 R's, but among tiles where you're duplicating, I feel like R's aren't that bad, Will.
Yeah, for sure, especially with an E in hand. So that gives you the ability to get that either the very common suffix ER, or you can maybe put it in the front of the word as well with RE. So we'll see what Nigel draws. But Mack definitely is going to be bingoing here. What I'm curious if I'm Mack is where am I going to bingo? And I almost feel like in his shoes, I would be tempted to now got the lanes running down the side of Exude. I'd be tempted to play Ragtail here because that is an adjective, and maybe you can every so often catch your opponent by surprise. Ragtail looks like a noun, could easily induce an S hook. Mack might elect to go that route. Maybe every now and then you can win an extra turn.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, one other thing that I thought was really clever about Exude is Nigel, if he has a read at this point that Mack is close to bingos, he kept the D for Exuded next turn if Mack were to make a play. So I also like the aspect that Mack could realize that that was a possibility, and this addresses that as well. So Ragtail seems really strong in that sense, and he does play it with that idea Will had in mind.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Potential trap to set. We saw Mack set a trap last game, being down 200 points against Nigel, so he's probably feeling like there might be a chance this comes into play. Of course, Ragtail, not a word you see every day, but it's, I think, high probability enough that I expect that most players around this top level should know whether or not it takes an S. But we'll see if that comes into play. Back to Nigel, who drew really poorly. He drew AIO to his leave of AERR. He's going to have a similar situation to Mack on these first moves. The problem is he has no cushion with the blank, Will.
Yeah, now Mack has struck first, although if you look at the score, Nigel can afford to be optimistic that he's really not down by that much despite his terrible draw. Yes, he would have liked to have struck back immediately, but he'll be able to play, one of his R's and one of his A's and probably that O somewhere if he can find a spot. But Josh, as you just pointed out, it's going to be very important, unbeknownst to Nigel, that he find a way to block that eye of Ragtail, as Mack clearly going to find kindling going through that eye. Only one vowel on his rack, Morris, but he's got a bingo ready to strike.
Indeed. So we'll see if Nigel happens to do something like or roar, maybe parallel to Ragtail. That would hinder Mack's ability to bingo in this case. Also, apologies for the last time. I didn't realize that the O, I read the O as a D when I said he was setting up Exuded. So my bad. But yeah, or is what he has set up now. It seems like the right idea to me. You're not going to be scoring a lot of points in general here, and AEIR is about as good a leave as you can get without exchanging with these letters. So I approve of this idea that he's now putting down.
Oh, but he's playing it to the left.
Ooh.
Very interesting.
Aggressive.
This is one fewer point than playing it next to Ragtail, but it actually feels like it's slowing Mack down rather than accelerating his chance at scoring. If you think about OAR to the right, this big scoring spot is not really something Nigel Peltier wanted. And I like this proactive approach. It's not something I would have done, but it's like saying, oh, I want a bingo soon. So if I want a bingo soon, I'm going to be drawing an S a decent amount of the time to bingo soon. So why not set up an S hook? It's not a huge one. OAR, scoring 3 points. If you hook that, you get 4 points. Obviously, it's an aggressive line to open, but actually, I really like this play by Nigel. Back to Mack with his bingo of kindling blocked. He's got to think, wow, my guy's got an S.
Yeah, he's probably also thinking, well, it wasn't going to be that easy, would it? Where I just get to slap kindling down. But to Morris's point, Nigel without the D on his rack, but Mack has drawn one, and he's going to be able to score pretty well, Morris, with your idea of putting the D at the end of exude. He's got a word lined up that looks very solid, deceptively high scoring with those low point letters.
Yeah, Nadal looks great. And I don't think he's scoring that much otherwise on this board. I guess Ink scores a bit parallelly to the TAI in Ragtail, but other than that, I think Nadal.
Yeah, I'm more of a Federer guy myself, so.
Nice.
Yeah, this looks great. This looks great for Mack. Over 30 points. He has a small lead. Nigel has drawn some balance. ACEIPRV. I think he's just one letter off of a bingo, but should be able to score something here. Willard, what are you seeing? Something like Vatic?
Yeah, it's tough because you would think that there would be slightly more points on offer than the play you're suggesting of Vatic through the T of Ragtail. You've got the C, the P, the V. You feel like with those letters, you should maybe be able to reach into the 30s, but the board is just not quite good enough. You can't, it would be amazing if Nigel had a play, for example, through the I of until, slotting the V and A, making vo and a buy. No letters that allow him to do that. So he's going to have to get a little bit more creative here. He has pick lined up on his rack, and he may be getting ready to play that with the P alongside O on the board. The V in the leave of aver. Normally you hate to see that V in your leave, but Morris, the R and E along with it soften the blow quite a bit.
Indeed, and I'm also looking, there are a lot of O's out in the bag and not a lot of A's by comparison, so it's like you're not going to double up on A's. The O is actually a pretty good vowel to go with those letters to create over words, so this does make a lot of sense. Pick also has a back hook of an A, which you're keeping, so it does make a lot of sense and kind of is shaping the board in a way conducive to the tiles Nigel actually has. So Vatic makes sense if you want to sort of keep the position as contained as it is. If you feel like this is your time to strike, pick is the kind of play that, yeah, could really be successful for that.
I agree. Yeah, I think pick is a strong play. It's very proactive, just like the play of OAR last move. Nigel isn't just going to sit there and keep decent tiles. He's going to do something to keep this board alive. He wants to bingo soon. He's down. He doesn't have the best tiles, but he has stuff to work with. It is important to note there is no way to access this line going up. There's no hook to ERE. There's only one hook to lobe, I believe, just the G for globe. That's kind of hard to imagine that doing anything good at some point for either player. The G is not a great tile. There's this S hook on OR, which is going to be important at some point, and then there's this N and Nidal. Those are the targets that you might have for a bingo in the near future if you're Nigel Peltier. Those are not great targets. So playing pick, creating a new line, makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
Look at the clocks, guys. The clocks are crazy.
They are. I was just going to ask one more idea. What about Pave in the same spot as Pick? Would that ever be worth it? There are a lot more hooks to that, but CRI does have a lot of synergy as well. You keep the R for Paver. It's just a question of could you peg Mack on not having a D or an R based on the previous move? I don't think you can necessarily.
Yeah, it's a great suggestion, Morris. And I do feel like Mack's previous move of Nidal maybe suggests a few more consonants in reserve, which would increase the odds of a D or an R being on the rack. That being said, pick itself is an aggressive play. So pave has a similar, attribute of you're going to make a play, scoring decently, leaving some hooks for yourself that your opponent may also have. So thematically very similar, but pick at least has the benefit of keeping that important E, which is such a good bingo tile. So over to Mack now. And again, as I was saying, I am getting a little secondhand anxiety for both players. They are nowhere near halfway through this game, and both of them are reaching the halfway point or below on their timers. We could be in for a pretty crazy second half of this game, Josh.
Yeah, things have been very tactical. We've seen the tactics at play the last two games. Tactics are great, but thinking about things other than, okay, I'm just going to score and leave well, thinking about the board, what's going to happen in the near future, setting stuff up for yourself, trying to think about what your opponent's play means for what they have left on their rack. These are things that are very time consuming if you think about them too hard. And this game has been very difficult, I would say, for both players. Most of their turns not at all obvious. Mack under the 11-minute mark. I'm looking at maybe playing of here. I don't like that. It doesn't accomplish anything. You want to accomplish something here. You have a lead. Maybe something a little bit higher scoring somewhere else on the board. I just don't see it. Morris, do you see anything better than of?
Kif scores a lot through the iron until, I think, right? Or Gonif actually is nice too. So one of those scores a lot, but doesn't really address anything. After pick, Nigel is often holding ST, I think, with pick. So I do understand the instinct to play of just to sort of address those scenarios. But so yeah, it's just a question on how much do you trust your read there. Something like Kif is a bit more standard, but I think either is reasonable.
Okay, Mack looking at eking. This scores very well, deals with one of the hooks that was just created. I think this only takes a D, Will, as a hook for deking. Keeping OF in tow, you will have plays that score with the F. Mentioned Kif. Well, just if is possible. OF is still possible. Next move. I like this approach by Mack, scoring some more points, taking out some part of the board, and hoping to keep scoring for next move. Back to Nigel Peltier, who has AEIRS UV. Those last two, the problem tiles on his rack. He's going to look for a play containing those tiles. Will any plays come to mind for Nigel Peltier?
Yeah, he's drawn that S, which now, because of his previous play of or, has a benefit to score in that spot. Obviously, keeping it now for the ups hook on the board, also extremely useful if you want to go that route of try to shed the U and the V with a play like Vatu through the T of Ragtail. But I actually really like this idea of Swaver and Ors scoring a lot better here. I think that is maybe enough points to pull the trigger on 34 compared to just 15 for Vatu. But if he wants to keep the better leave here, that S now has much more value than it did a few turns ago, Morris.
Agreed. So it looks like he's shifting to Gov now, possibly, off of the G and Eking. That is also an interesting idea. But yeah, Swaver is a lot of points here. And Mack is starting to pull away after a play like Eking. You need to be careful if you keep making plays like Gov. All of a sudden, a bingo doesn't just become an advantage, it becomes a necessity. So I think switching back to Swaver would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Swaver looks pretty good. I just feel like Vatu, that leave is just good enough for me, and the score just close enough that I'd try to just take one more move to try and bingo with oars or somewhere else on this board. It seems super close, but I could go either way. Vatu, Swaver. Now Nigel looking to score some other way with Vares underneath, making ER and picks. Maybe trying to address the potential of eking setting up Max D if he would have kept that on the previous move. But I don't know how big of a deal that is, Morris.
Yeah, I agree. And I also feel like if you're in the position Nigel's in, where he's down almost 60 now, if you're really nervous about a D play for, I don't know, 30 to 40 points, that feels like you're missing some of the bigger picture things you need to do to get back into this game. So I agree with that assessment, and it looks like now he shifted back to Swaver. But yeah, this should be close between Swaver and Vatu. He's going with Swaver. I really do like this idea.
Yeah, Swaver just as effectively deals with the deking hook with the benefit of also shedding that U off of your rack, which Vares does not. So I think this has many advantages over that. And Nigel reconsidering the Vares idea and going back to one of the plays that we really like in Swaver to stay very close. And Josh, Mack is definitely going to be struggling with a horrendous draw here, which does give Nigel a little wiggle room to maybe work his way back into this game.
Yeah, we'll see what Nigel draws here. So far, so bad. 5 vowels, another S. Okay, so he's still going to have to struggle a bit to get within range of taking the lead off of Mack. But Mack now, not a good rack. He's looking at playing Gonif through the N of eking. That keeps QWD. That cannot feel good. But when you have a Q like this, you want to play a lot of tiles. You want to try and draw those important tiles that go with the Q. In this case, I think Mack wants an A for Cot. That would be probably the likeliest way for him to get out of this rack. He would also have Kadi. So playing 4 tiles, trying to draw that. This is also an issue, Morris, with the play of eking. Mack did have some balanced tiles before this play, but he played off 5, keeping OF, which isn't super strong. I think he was going for a blank in those S's, but the tiles he drew, QWV, just as likely to be drawn as the blanks and S's. Back to Nigel.
Yeah, so I think this will require hopefully only one turn. Oh God, look at Max draw. But for Nigel, he's probably going to make a short play, something like OI maybe at E10, I think, off of the T and the A in Ragtail looks pretty good to me. I might be missing a higher point idea. Oh, Fido, I guess now might be better, which is what he has set up. So, yeah, that seems stronger. It's an extra 14 points, and the D is definitely worth more, or definitely worth less than 14 standalone. So, he plays that and plays it quickly, which is good given the time that Willis noted before. Mack, I'm guessing, is exchanging here, probably down to just the T, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to keep. Certainly, I feel like if I'm Mack, I certainly want to keep 1 or 2 of those low point consonants if I can, just because the board is not totally barren. At the same time, I really, really want to try to get my hands on one of those S's that are unseen to me, or the second blank, and every tile beyond the first that I exchange is a slightly higher chance of me, if I'm Mack, getting one of those tiles. So I do think he's going to elect to exchange probably at least 6 tiles
He's not,
here.
though.
Oh,
He's
is
going
he
to play
just gonna...
diff.
Okay, that's fair. If you're going to put anything on the board, that would be the play. So he's going to stay the course. I don't quibble with this choice. It's just enough points to exchange to avoid exchanging, I should say. But Mack really needs a vowel, and he needs it fast.
Yeah, I feel like in this position, if Nigel Peltier bingos immediately, Mack is definitely going to be behind. But if Mack can just hold off one more turn and maybe exchange, what we see he's drawn an A, keep scoring a little bit, maybe he'll be within range to prevent himself from turning this game around on its head. Nigel Peltier, under 9 minutes with AEEIOSS. This game is going to probably become a blitz game at some point, Morris.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and I'm already thinking for Mack's next turn. It'll be interesting to see if he does Cot for 32 points or if he plays Cot at the beginning of column 2, just because there are no more U's left. So it'd be a very board-killing way to play. Oh, but Aloes actually blocks. That's beautiful. So Aloes for 20 points there. Blocks Cot. And so I think Mack is probably just going to play Cot at the beginning of column 2. And with no use, that's actually a very defensive play.
Yeah, great point. All of the U's appear to be used up, no pun intended, and the Q out in space is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to use there. So this looks scary to open the triple in this way, but very astute by you, Morris. And wow, look at that. Nigel with a blank on the rack here. Josh, what is your reaction here?
Is novelize a word? That is my reaction. He basically has it lined up. Is this going to come down? Is it valid? Morris, can you tell me?
So I would play nosedive. I was thinking nosedive is the one I'd be 100% on. Yeah, novelize. I think it's good like that. But I would, if I see both, I'm playing nosedive 100% of the time, just to be absolutely certain.
Yeah, both are good. So I think the biggest question is speed. Nigel needs to try to pull the trigger on this as fast as he can. And when he does, Mack has drawn 3 more consonants. So he is going to be in a huge world of hurt on his next turn with no great way to respond to that bingo. But yeah, let's see how quickly he can get this down. It really, man, I would want to pull the trigger on this quickly, Josh.
Yeah, it just feels like both players have been kind of lulled into this sensation, into this rhythm of taking 1, 2, 3 minutes per move. There's still 22 tiles in the bag. There will be 15 after Nigel plays his bingo here of novelize or nosedive, both of which score the same amount of points. You have to play quickly here. So many more decisions to be made before the end of the game. Mack is going to have a really tough one, Morris. What do you do in Mack's shoes after this bingo?
I think you probably have to exchange, although I spoke too soon the previous time. So nosedive comes down, great find under a bit of time pressure. And I'm just looking at this board. I guess the ups hook is pretty good. But other than that, I mean, what can you do? I'm trying to think, like, Airwiles I'm pretty sure is good if you want to, like, go for something crazy like that long term. But otherwise, I think, yeah, there's very little space on the board.
But here's the thing, guys. If you're Nigel and Mack exchanges, leaving something like RST, your top priority for sure is going to be blocking that ups hook. But if you don't have an O, it's actually kind of difficult to do it. And there we do see an O. So I wonder if we're going to see some kind of extreme blocking play by Nigel, or if he's going to continue to go for points. I would certainly feel in Nigel's shoes, if I could just block that spot, I would feel like this board is very locked down. That being said, you do have to worry about a couple whammy tiles in the form of the J and Z. So if you spend, we know Nigel has the J on his rack, but the Z in particular, is there any way that Mack could draw that tile and outscore his way back into this after a low scoring block of that ups hook, Josh?
Yeah, there are too many tiles left in the bag to really hone in on such specific plays that might happen. It's really a matter now of, okay, I'm sort of worried about this tile, I'm not worried about this tile. I'm worried about how few vowels are left. Mack is exchanging 5, keeping RS, but from his perspective, twice as many constants remain, and it's kind of going to be difficult to draw the right amount of vowels. We know Nigel has 2 of those 7 remaining vowels. Well, it's very important for Mack to draw at least 2 vowels here. Nigel Peltier, another really tough decision on his hands, I think. Morris, what are you looking to do? You have a small lead. Your time is dwindling. There's an S out. That feels like the biggest threat.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably just lean towards Joe and Upa. That just seems so defining. Right? Like, what can you do after that if you're Mack? So that seems very strong to me as an idea. I guess there is another G out, so maybe IG long term could be actually a really annoying counter response to that. So there might be some way to pivot from that. Are you guys seeing any other ideas to block up?
So yeah, that's the problem. Nigel only had 18 points. Joe scoring 14. If Mack just has that G, he scores 32 with 1 tile, tying the game up. Prong instead coming down for Nigel. This opens the board immediately, but there might be some possibility now of a blocking play next move or the move after. This seems decent. Throws tiles on the board, scores some points, but I feel like if Mack bingos at some point this game, it's over for Nigel Peltier. Back to Mack with ABHNRST.
I have a suggestion here. If Mack is wondering how to maximize his value for bingoing, potentially playing his B and H would have some nice upside, because if he draws an I, he would actually be able to hit that Q at the top of the board as well with Kintars. I don't know if the score of the game is such that that would actually matter. I would want the score to be a little bit closer than it is right now to go for a play like that. For example, if Nigel were only up by 10 or 20 points, maybe you just go with bash through the A and S on the board, hooking boars. That actually has some double value. Not only are you going really hard for that bingo hooking ups, but if you draw the I and don't hit a bingo, you do have that Kintars option to make things really close after a low scoring block. Morris, what do you think about this situation?
Yeah, that's a really nice idea. Oh, and Mack is doing another idea that's sort of cool. So there's 1 O left. So and no Y. Okay. So he needs to draw a vowel here, I think, but not the right vowel. But now there's 2 S spots on the board, and Nigel can't block both. He knows Mack has the S now, so it's going to be... I guess he maybe could block, but if he plays through the P, but it's going to be really tough in those positions to not give up a different play to the triple. So this is a really nice idea by Mack.
This is super weird. I do wonder if Mack was aware that he's setting up the O. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. You have 2 S lanes now, but I don't know. Like, if Nigel had some scoring playmaking gobo, feels like at that point Mack's bingo with ups is not necessarily going to score well enough to win. And now, if you're Nigel, you probably think Mack has both the O and the S. Otherwise, why would he do that? So can you play jeté here? Just score 31 points and open an O spot?
He's going to have to. It looks like he's getting set to do it. You hate to do that, feeling like there's a great chance, as you say, Josh, that Mack has the last O as well as an S. But you got to make a move with that clock ticking down. And jeté does score 31 points and gets that J off. I know it's a huge risk of massive overlaps here, but if Mack already had a bingo ending in S, it would have played on multiple lanes in the board now. You could actually benefit sometimes, if you're Nigel, from setting up that triple to re-overlap if Mack can not use it himself. So this is really fascinating to see what Nigel will draw.
Nigel up by 60 points now, and he's drawn 2 vowels and that that extremely important tile now. He knows Mack doesn't have it if he's tracked properly. Mack is staring into some very, very weird tiles. Can he afford to bingo now? Is that going to be enough to win? Does he have to play something like AH? Hope that Nigel can't inhibit the ups lane? Does he have to open somewhere else? I really feel like suddenly Mack's position is not at all secure. He tried to create opportunities for himself, and now it's a struggle. 3 minutes left, Morris. This is going to be very, very interesting to see how Mack deals with this deficit.
Yeah, and I like this idea of putting the H where he's putting it. Right, if he played something like Hant, for instance, instead making Pen, that would give open as a possibility, and that would make it much easier for Nigel to block the ups lane. So I think this makes a lot of sense. He playing this specific play. Na might have also been worth considering, but maybe he was going for Kintars, as Will suggested before.
Yeah, but Nigel with that eye as well, the last eye preventing Mack from drawing Kintars. So a huge draw there again, as Josh mentioned. The O and I, both critical tiles here. Unbeknownst to Nigel, he doesn't know why the I is valuable to him, but it is due to Mack no longer having that big Q play on the top of the board to fish to. And as you guys are both saying, Nigel has to be thinking, I must block ups at all cost here. But Josh, you're saying there might be something else.
No, I mean, look at the unseen letters. There's
Yeah.
nothing to worry about. Only one vowel left, unseen to Nigel. Mack
Ooh.
cannot possibly have a 7-letter word right now. So I feel like this is GG. As long as Nigel is able to keep scoring, Mack's not going to be able to do anything. He needs one of those I and O tiles, but he's not going to get it. From his perspective, 2 in the bag. He needs an I or an O, especially probably needs that O to give himself any chance. I feel like even without it, Nigel can just block this E and block the ups. I feel like this is already over here. Morris, what do you think? Is there any resource left for Mack?
I mean, given what we see, I think he's planning on playing Tel and La, LAH, just to make it really hard for Nigel to block that area next turn, which makes a lot of sense, I think. Right, I'm trying to figure out a way that I don't think Nigel could actually, maybe Intel could block.
No, he's going for exactly IO. I think Mack has already determined he needs both of those vowels to have any chance. If he draws exactly IO, how is Nigel Peltier blocking rations and ups? I feel like that was his only draw.
I think if he drew like IG, it might have been possible too. I could be wrong, but like I don't see what aside from Intel could Nigel have done to block there.
If he had the O.
Oh,
just
right.
the O.
Of course, yeah. So
Mack needed those 2 vowels. He didn't get them. HM signaling potentially that Nigel was vowelless, but unfortunately for Mack, he drew ZW out of the bag. He's going to have a hard time parting with all of his tiles now. He's down 52 points. Nigel on turn, under a minute. He's got to feel pretty comfortable as long as he's tracked properly. But yeah, I think you just do anything here, you're going to win. But I think by how much is really just the question, and whether you go overtime or not. But I think this is pretty comfortable now.
Yeah, he doesn't seem rushed at all, probably realizing he can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Again, as you're saying, as long as his tracking is correct, he probably feels good. Not sure what he's getting ready to, maybe play Gwine into the E of Suaver just to, okay, never mind. He's got something in mind with this sequence, but yeah, he should be fine no matter what he does here, Josh.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. He wants to block the big plays, making picks. Is Mack going to be able to get rid of both his W and his Z here is the question. He can play AW right now next to Aloes, making Goa, and he can play off his Z. But what about Yeah, what is he gonna do with 1 minute left, Morris? This is a crazy endgame, incredibly complicated. Feels like Nigel Peltier will have the win here, but it's like someone's gonna get stuck with something, right?
Maybe Czars and Foes looks pretty good to me. Right, that would leave Wan, WAN, off of it. So that, oh, I guess that gives awing back. So never mind. But something of that ilk I might be looking for a bit. One other thing, I think maybe before when Josh said IO was the one thing that Matt could have done, I think NO might have been good too for non-arts or natrons, and I think it might have been tough to block from there. So Mack might have had two potential things he was going for when he made that play.
I like that Mack held back on his Czars combination. He's going to go ahead and play Zaz at the upper part of the board, but had he gone ahead and played Czars and Foes, it would have given an outplay to Nigel in awing. So nice job by him. But wow, flurry of moves there, Josh.
Yeah, let's listen to the overhead mic here while the players confirm their final scores. They probably were lacking in that department.
Nice game, man. What a game.
Yeah,
I
when
just
the bag is
couldn't
empty.
get the vowels I needed at the end there. That was, yeah, I just kept having one vowel, and yeah, I had ANHRST. I just, I drew an A actually, but
No other.
I was going for an I for Kintars for a while too. Yeah, if I got either an I or an E, but I make sure. Yeah, this was crazy. I had ET blank, and I don't think I could bingo. I like blocked everything here, unless I missed a 9, but I hope I didn't. Wow. Yeah, I saw the. Okay, there's no 9. I feel a little bit better. Yeah, I wasted too much time. Huh. Yeah, this skipped ANRST again. If I draw a vowel, I drew a WZ. So
Yeah.
that sort of did me in too. 'Cause,
This one
yeah,
was
I mean,
never
well, I had
getting off
when I traded, I had no vowels, including the S, so I kept SR. And I had one vowel after this. Yeah, this kept like QMNWT or something. I should just exchange there. I don't know. But I'm scoring enough, and an A draw bails me out, so I figured it was worth it. But maybe I should have exchanged a little sooner. It's hard to say.
I had a couple of vowel-y racks. One of them was
Yeah.
with an I.
Oh, okay.
Another was. I was glad I found this play that left
Yeah.
SEI.
Okay, and obviously I knew you had the other
And
S.
then this nice, really
Yeah,
nice.
no, that was
started with
definitely
N.
key to get that down. Yeah, because if you play over here, if you even can,
It's
which
just
you might
it's not going to be a ton.
yeah, and give me back. Yeah, because I didn't have anything after that.
Fido also left AEIS, just kind of
Yeah,
fucking on.
no, this just definitely seemed like you had like 5 vowels, I had like 0 or 1 the whole game. But
I'm happy. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
the lack of them for you in the end game was
Yeah.
very.
I wonder my opening rack IU blank. Should I exchange? I don't know.
I mean, that's a nice defense.
I think
play.
it's good.
I
Yeah,
like that.
I almost had Yurioki, but there's obviously no 7 with that. This, yeah, and I drew 3 vowels, get the AIT blank.
That's a cool defensive play.
I mean, I didn't want to do it. I mean, I was down, but
Yeah.
this doesn't take the S, so it was,
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
so I put that instead of.
That was pretty
Right,
sure.
yeah. So maybe there's a tiny chance you try it, but
Cool play.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this is probably wrong too, but get QWD. Yeah. So I guess you didn't have the other O when you played this, right? Because I obviously
That's
it's a little bit of a
right,
risk.
that's right.
Yeah.
I got a little bit lucky. Or I should say, this play was not my most confident of the game.
Yeah. Well, we were also both. I don't think either of us probably managed our time as well as we
Yeah.
should have early on,
Started
but
getting a little weird toward the end.
definitely did. Okay.
Take a quick breather.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Yeah. A very eventful game 3 going to Nigel Peltier, who takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 series. He only needs one more win to take Mack down, but Mack has faced worse odds than this before, hasn't he?
Yeah, Mack, in his attempt, his epic quest to defend his title from last year, where, if you recall, he was down 2-0 against Ian Weinstein and fought his way back in incredible fashion. So he has experience with his back against the wall, winning those must-win games. Nobody should count him out just yet. And that was a brutal game, Morris. So many incredibly complicated positions. It is one that is going to take a ton of stamina to rebound from for both players, in fact.
Yeah, I think part of the nice thing actually of using so much time at the beginning of the game is all those moves that were so complicated at the end just might feel like a blur now if you have to make so many of them back to back to back. So that might be a redeeming quality to some extent, having that kind of time management issues they're talking about in their post-game banter. But yeah, I think, though, the consistent theme across all these 3 games is whoever is down in these games finds clever ways to give them outside chances to win. They might not be great probability odds. The end of the game there for Mack, something like rations or non-arts, those kinds of draws would have won, but that's very few. But that still is a chance, and that's better than nothing. So they're fighting, which is something we'd love to see.
Yes, it's been such a tactical series so far. Will knows I love that. But this game was I feel exhausted for them. I mean, I feel like if that was game 5, great. They're done with this, but they have to come back, sit down, play 1, even 2 more games. Man, it does take a lot of stamina. And Will, you know a lot about stamina on these long series. Just having to beat such a strong player many times. You know, sometimes you have to beat Nigel Richards in a best of 3. You know how it is.
Yeah, something tells me that once Mack and Nigel P sit down for game 4, they're going to find that energy coming back. But you never know. Remember, it's not just the stamina of the previous game. You have to factor in that this is day 5 of an incredibly grueling tournament, one of the most grueling on the entire circuit. And we are now into bonus games here. The rest of us here that did not make the finals all played 31 games. Now these 2 have played 31 as well, and they are pushing into that extra frontier of game 32 and potentially 33 if Mack is able to come out on top. So yeah, there is a stamina component, but I just know these 2 younger guys are going to have that adrenaline pumping, and I fully expect to see another epic game, Morris.
Yeah, it should be great. And I think another underrated part of a new page, a new game, is that in all likelihood, there's going to be a lot more conducive racks to scoring, bingoing, all that stuff. A lot of those racks towards the end, it was just like VWPCG kind of things. That's kind of the worst kind of draws that you could have hoped for in a lot of cases. On average, you're going to be drawing much better than that, and let's hope that we get something better than that.
Yeah, some of these draws we've seen have been so bad. Like, it feels almost like one of those Scrabble nightmares you have the night before a tournament, where you're just like in a tournament and you see like Cyrillic letters on your rack. I'm sure so many people in the community have had dreams like that, where it's worse than what you could possibly ever imagine. We've seen some terrible racks, but these guys are so good at getting through those marginal racks where you can play rather than exchanging when you need to. But man, I really feel like we might get a shootout. I feel like we're due for one of those. I don't want to, curse things, jinx things, but I don't know. It just feels like those draws have been so bad for both players.
Yeah, commentator jinx is real, so maybe now you've cursed them to have another slog of a game the way we just saw instead of that shootout, where I do feel like both of these players are going to be equally comfortable. Certainly Mack has word knowledge rivaling anybody in this arena here. And Nigel also, you saw a couple plays in this game where he is clearly willing to take some risks and open some lanes when he deems the situation appropriate. He is not uncomfortable on open, volatile boards. And that's the beauty of this game, is you don't know what type of game you're going to get when you sit down to play. Could be a tactical battle, could be a shootout. The key is to be comfortable in both styles of play. And Morris, I do feel like both of these players are just that.
Yeah, and I think also, like, that game, even though it was kind of a slog, it did highlight that idea of being able to adjust to situations. We saw, for instance, Mack make these plays when our immediate instinct was exchange. It's like, nope, I'm going to play 29, 30, etc. for a few turns, stay in the game. When Nigel P had kind of really vowel-heavy racks, he was very resourceful and made plays like aloes through a bunch of making a bunch of twos and such. So I think they're sort of really good at adjusting on the fly, whether it's playing defense, offense, going for bingos, going for intermediate scoring, going for board dynamics ideas. We've seen a lot of adjustments throughout, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I know, like, if we don't see a shootout, I'm gonna be happiest. I love these crazy little tactical battles.
Sicko.
I absolutely, that's like my favorite type of Scrabble. But you, like you said, well, you have to be ready to face any board. Anything could happen. Maybe you just draw great and you just bingo 4 times in a row to start a game. Anything can happen. 2 more games left. Mack on his back foot. He needs to win 2 in a row. Nigel Peltier only needs 1 more win to be declared the 2025 Scrabble Players Champion. We have an update as well. The players are back from the CSW side of things. It looks like Alex Seaholm also pulling ahead 2-1 over Dennis Ikakaragor. I will mention once again the stream ongoing for the international division over at the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. That one is tight as well. The next game might be the final game. We might see a best of 5 go all the way, all the distance. Yeah, the players are back. We're going to see round 4 momentarily. Morris, anything to jinx? Anything to say before we start?
I mean, obviously, one of them's going to draw all 4 U's. The other one's going to draw 7 I's to start, right? I'm going for the anti-jinx, to be clear. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, that you think that Scrabble is a zero-sum game, that there are some bad tiles and good tiles in the set, and that if one player is drawing really poorly, it might by definition mean that the other player is drawing well, but that's definitely not always the case. You sometimes see games like what we just saw, where one player is slogging through an endless supply of consonants, and the other is struggling with those vowels. In this case, it was Mack with the consonants and Nigel with the vowels, until finally Nigel was able to break through with some more balanced racks just in the nick of time with that second blank and nosedive and a few other good plays late in the game. So players are squaring up, Josh, and ready to start game 4.
Indeed. So we see the second circle to the left of Nigel Peltier's name. That means he has won 2. He needs 3 to win the championship. Mack has that 1 victory under his belt. Nigel to act first. Small advantage there. This could be it, but we could also, and we kind of want to see a game 5. That is the most exciting possible outcome in these best of 5s. We see the handshake. Morris, just tell us what Nigel draws, and then we'll go from there, I think.
4 U's, both W's, and a V.
That's what you said, right? And
Yeah.
it was Mack for what, 7 I's?
7 I's.
I think
yeah.
we have seen somebody, the worst rack ever, I think 7 O's, I think has occurred. I think Jeff Theveno once had 7 O's on his rack. All right, clock is started.
You mean
B.
Jeff 7 O's? No.
Exactly. That's the joke. That's you got there. BINUPIA, not very good. Not very good to start things up. for Nigel Peltier. What do you play? Pub here?
Probably
Nubia?
Yeah, Nubia, I guess. Grudgingly, it doesn't feel great to do, but at least you get the U and one of the I's off the rack along with the B. If you had to pick one of the two consonants between the P or the B to keep, it would certainly be the P, just a little bit better of a tile in general. So I do think if Nigel sees Nubia, he would consider that, but it looks like he is getting set to play Piani instead, keeping the U and the B. Maybe a slight inaccuracy here, Morris.
Yeah, slight inaccuracy. It's going to be close, though. This scores a bit more. But I would prefer Nubia as well.
I'm not sure, actually. I kind of like this. You score as much as you can. You don't open any scoring spots for Mack by putting a vowel between the double letter scores. I'm not even sure I would consider this a mistake. I think it does the things very well. And I think it's also a good practical decision. As a very nice draw until that second U. I really shouldn't have said anything. Back to Mack, who has Vox lined up, keeping FRI blank. This is a good opening rack, Morris. He's going to be primed to get a bingo next turn or the turn after.
Yeah, and he has Vox set up, presumably above the P and the I in Piani. FIR blank. I don't want to put the commentator's hex now, so I'll say that's a nice leave. We'll leave it at that. Nothing more about follow-ups.
Yeah, that's we seem to have gained some kind of hexing powers, and Nigel, of course, would have loved to see that P stay open. I think up built would have been a really nice way to get rid of those two U's at once. He's now going to have to figure out a different way to move forward there. I guess unbuilt is still available for a little bit fewer points on the scoreboard, but certainly maybe Tubulin as well seems reasonable if he prefers that positionally. But either way, he is going to have options, Morris, that accomplish the goal of getting rid of both U's at once.
Indeed. Yeah, I guess, would you consider Ulu here, Ethan? Or is that too closed off?
Yeah, Ulu looks pretty good. I feel like the B and the T don't have a great synergy together, but it is a way to get rid of both of those U's, which is the first thing you want to do here, and not open too much. I kind of like unbuilt positionally. It doesn't really open the board in a dangerous way, and the scores are close. So I think Nigel will be feeling a little bit behind no matter what he does. We have seen him make smaller plays, keeping the more balanced tiles, 2 vowels, 2 consonants. But I think if he's sure this is a word, he's going to play it. Yeah, unbuilt, coming down. Very nice way getting rid of those duplicate U's. And Mack to react will with FIMNRT blank. Anything you see here right now?
It's just, it looks a little bit like another troll of a rack where he's got that blank and he's now got a whole bunch of letters to look through. And you would definitely be thinking, gosh, I have to have something through one of the vowels that have just been exposed there, the U or the I, but there is nothing. And Mack is probably the best equipped of anybody to quickly run through those vowels and confidently say, no, I just don't think I have a bingo here, and try to lose the minimum amount of time on the clock here, which this could be a bit of a time sink for a lot of players. But he'll be looking to almost certainly try to play one of his F or M here, Morris, and keep all those other good low pointers together.
I really love the play he has set up right now. Fix it through the XI. Really strong idea. So RMN blank, you prefer to keep a vowel, but if you're scoring 30 points here, totally merited.
Yeah, Fix It looks great. Doesn't really do much to open up big scoring opportunities for Nigel. It scores 30 points, keeping MNR blank. If you could just draw one, hopefully 2, but maybe even 1 vowel, that could be good enough to bingo next turn. It is important to note neither unbuilt nor the opening play of Piani take an S hook County does take that C hook though, so we might see that come into play later on. So right now, I think Mack is just looking at the tiles on the board, making sure he's not missing an 8-letter word. If he plays Fix It, he's sort of inhibiting that U of unbuilt, leaving that I open. That will be his best lane, and creating a new one starting with F. So again, pretty likely after Fix It, Mack will bingo with that blank. Not a given, but pretty likely. Will?
Yeah, the I of inbuilt is going to stay open. In particular, of course, the U of, unbuilt, not inbuilt, is going to stay open. And Mack would love to be able to hit that I both double word scores all the way through. So if he does draw flexibly with some A's or E's, for example, that could put him in a great position to do just that. In fact, that makes it all the better that he's shedding his only vowel in the I, because his top target for where he would love to play, again, an I on the board already in unbuilt. So he is going to, it looks like he's working his courage up to play this and know that he's not going to be missing a bingo. And as Morris said, he likes this play. And Josh, I think we all like it a lot.
We do, but we're sitting here. We know Mack doesn't have a playable, valid bingo. He's just triple checking. He has enough time. It's the beginning of the game to just be as sure as possible that he doesn't have that bingo available to him. Nigel to react with EEE, GMNS. Despite the triplicate E's, Morris, this isn't that bad of a rack, is it?
No, I mean, there's some potential here to score, I guess. What are you seeing immediately?
I'm seeing Glee Men, I guess, as a way to play everything except the S. It's not ideal. It only scores around 20 points, but it would get rid of all of those E's at once. The other letters that Nigel has are not fantastic. That N, that E, definitely you want to keep that with that S if you can. I don't know, Glee Men, but there's also a slightly better option, I think, right? Leg Men is a valid word. That would be a word knowledge check, Will. I think that might be the best play.
Yeah, leg men, you sacrifice 2 points from Glee Men, both through the L of unbuilt, but that point sacrifice probably well worth it here, keeping that very nice ES combination as opposed to just an S. Yes, there are a bunch of E's unseen, but it is very comforting to know that you're going into next turn with both the best vowel and the best consonant available. I don't think Nigel is going to put Glee Men's. There are a few random words ending in MEN that do take the S, but I just, even though he has that lined up a little bit suspiciously right now, I would not expect to see the trigger pulled on that word. And Morris, the nice thing about Glee Men or any other play through the L is it's going to make Mack's life a little bit harder in terms of not having the double lane available, but actually he will almost certainly still hit one through the E of leg men or Glee Men if either of those words are played.
I wonder, is Megs and Fix It worth it to consider here? That scores a lot. Does that score, I think, 30, if I counted that correctly? And there hasn't been an S played yet. As Josh highlighted, the S's aren't that good on this board, and it blocks the double lane. It still slightly keeps, right, you need I to be in first or second position for there to be bingos there, but this does feel like an option to, given what's been played already. I guess the advantage of Legman and Gleeman, if we're looking at the contents of the bag, there has not been E played left, which is pretty uncommon this many turns into the game. So it would be nice maybe to shed more than one E, but Megs, it might be overreacting to what Mack actually has, but Megs does feel strong to me.
Yeah, Meg seems like a good play, but yeah, it's a good point you made. These are the first E's played, the most common letter in Scrabble. EME for 17, keeping the synergistic EGNS. Nigel definitely maximizing his chance at a bingo with this play. and that you definitely want to get that early bingo in this sort of position. But Mack's going to strike first, Will. He's got a host of options to sort through now.
Yeah, and oddly, I was saying that hitting that I is definitely where Mack wants to play, but he's going to have a lot of options there, and there are little nuances to think about, such as can he find a play that doesn't place an S out in open space? And he's going to go ahead and play Ceramins. I'm not even sure what other options there might have been that don't put that terminal S out in space. I would have thought about doing that there in Mack's shoes, but ultimately these are really hair-splitting decisions between the 8-letter words through the I, Morris.
Yeah, I might have actually done seminary then, with just with that idea that you're describing, Will, just to have a Y in last position. But yeah, I think also given last game, given how much of a time crunch it turned out to be, I don't fault him at all for just choosing something that's very good here and giving himself enough time to handle positions later on in the game that could get increasingly complex.
I think I understand why Mack chose this play. It's a brand new word. It was not valid, I think, at least 10 years ago. I'm pretty sure it was the last update, Will. So he might be just testing Nigel, who's been around a long time. Have you studied the new word list? Is this play going to at least put you off balance a little bit if you don't recognize it? I doubt there was any realistic chance that Nigel would challenge a word played through that I, recognizing that there are so many playable words there. We don't know too much about Nigel's studying habits. We haven't seen much in the way of word knowledge mistakes from him, some misses, but I think it's very solid. That could have just been Mack Meller saying, well, there's a small chance that he doesn't know this word. Why not just try it? Morris, does that make sense to you?
It makes some sense, but I also think there isn't. I guess, yeah, he did consider that last game with Ragtail, which did feel like more opportune of that kind of threat. And Mack really does pride himself on kind of knowing the ins and outs of words. So yeah, I think that could have been what he was considering. But I guess now turning to Nigel, it looks like he has OKE separated out from the rest. Is he thinking of maybe doing Oak and SO off of Ceramins, or maybe Moke? That seems a bit too crazy, I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's either one of these two spots on the screen right now. Moke is a little bit too passive in the sense that it opens that triple and doesn't really open up a spot for your S if you are Nigel. That's why I think it's between Oak alongside the F of Fix It, scoring a few more points. That seems like a decent way to balance your tiles. But if you really want to put an S hook on the board, Nigel may want to sacrifice some points and play it down low. I do worry a little bit that plays like that are relatively easily overlapped. And in this case, I fully expect that we are going to see something like HILI go down right beneath that for Mack Meller, which will not only score quite well, also block off the new hooks on, well, maybe okay. You wouldn't play that because it sets up the S very aggressively by hooking your H at the end of OKE. I think Mack's likely to underlap that, Josh, and feel very happy about it in the process.
Yeah, I feel like because Nigel has this lined up and the spot under Ceramins is a horizontal spot, that's where we're drawn to thinking he's going to play. I really doubt he's going to play it there. I feel like taking the 3 extra points with EF makes far more sense and not blocking off that S of Ceramins, and that's what he's doing here. This is going to be harder to overlap and a little bit more interesting if Mack chooses to hook that OKE next turn with something like Nihil, Nihil. We could get some fireworks. I don't know if Mack's going to be doing something like that. That doesn't seem very risk averse, and he does play pretty risk averse. Morris, what sort of play are you trying to make here with Mack's nice 76-point lead?
Yeah, I do. That spot is going to be pretty volatile if you don't address it. Right? What if Nigel makes a play opening triples on both the left and the right? So it does feel prudent to address it in some way, just so you can sort of navigate it on your own terms. So I do like playing in that area. It looks like he might be considering Hilly and Hoke. Is that possible? Oh, maybe he's just doing Chili to block there. Yeah, I understand that. It's definitely a strong it's definitely a strong equity play in a lot of ways. ERN's a very nice leave, and you are blocking the E at the bottom of the board. That could be very nice for bingoing. But I do worry that if I don't take care of the spot that Nigel just created, it could get very open very quickly.
Yeah, another spot for HILI could be under the S of Saramins there, which that doesn't really do a ton to block. No hooks, as Hilly is itself a plural. Yes, you do obstruct the S of Saramins and make it considerably more difficult, if not impossible, to play into SH instead of the open S. But I do feel like Mack might feel like the play of Chili off of that blank C opens nothing at all to Nigel and closes that dangerous E at the base of the board. Could be worth sacrificing points at this score to do that. If Mack does elect to go for a couple more points with this same word, I feel like we could see the blank get burnt by Nigel P through that second I. He may want to use his Q along with the blank. And now we're going to see exactly that, Josh. I would be very tempted in Nigel's shoes to try to burn this blank.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. It feels like the only way to do this productively would be to play quins, unless there's something I'm missing. That would also part with the S, but that is so many points, 66 points. Is that something you're doing here with your deficit, Morris, or are you trying to keep things closer to a bingo? I feel like 66, it's a bingo score in and of itself.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity cost thing, right? So what's going to be his alternate if he doesn't play quins? Does he just play QI off of the I that was just opened up with a really, really strong bingo leave? That's a 55-point sacrifice. So I think quins is probably his play. I don't see what else he'd consider. Yeah, and he's playing it. I think this makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, this is going to give a lot of points back to Mack. Definitely one of the risks of quins is that I hook on QI. It's kind of hard to make great plays there. Mack does have one in Zori, and that would score 50 on the way back. But what's really interesting is, are we going to see this Y hook come into play for Quincy? That could be a game changer. You could score tons of points there, and it feels like nothing is really going to go there until one of the players draws one of those first Ys. As I say that, Nigel Peltier has drawn a bingo rack.
Yeah, he has a 7 of Gallets on his rack. Not 100% sure yet where it will go, but the O of Oak certainly available for tollages, and definitely expect Nigel to see that. So while Mack is about to score a bunch of points with his Z somewhere, not 100% sure where he's getting set to play with just COZ. I guess he would be thinking about playing Coke and Cuz. That would be incredibly timely, Morris, to get in the way of that open O. But now he's switched back to Zori, which I feel like is a little more natural. It just so happens in this case, Nigel will be thrilled that the O remains open.
Indeed. And yeah, and NCE as the leave is actually kind of nice on this board, given the floating E at the bottom. ENCE has, right, that's a suffix that could be used. So I understand the instinct to play Zori here. 50 points is a lot. I guess cause is a lot too. Is that 44? I think
44. I feel like it's really close between these two plays. Only 2 eyes remain that EINR leave better than normal. Cuz does a great job at blocking part of that board, so I would have waffled between these two options. Mack choosing relatively quickly. That is very good for his time management. I guess obviously in hindsight, Cuz would have really helped Mack's case, but here I think Tolages hopefully is going to come down within around a minute here. There's no blank on this rack. You only really need to look through the E and EME and elsewhere on this board. This is only bingo for Nigel Peltier, so he needs to find it to stay in this game. He's down a lot. He's down 80 points in this position. And Mack is drawn pretty decently, Morris. So this still looks like Mack's game to lose, but after Tolages, things are going to get very spicy with those 2 Ys remaining.
Indeed, yeah. No, I feel like if Mack played Cuz also, I feel like Y's cozy's a word, fix it is a word on the board where the Y extension could have happened at some point. So the Y is a sneaky player in this game. Is Nigel considering Piani's here? Like he has Gallet set up.
He might be considering Galettes with 2 L's and 2 T's, which is not playable. But yeah, hopefully he comes to his senses here to play Tolages. Missing this would be pretty disastrous. Will?
Yeah, I worry a lot that I always get this fear that every second that ticks off on you when you have a situation where you have one and only one playable bingo. When we're watching, a player in that position like Nigel P right now, I'm starting to get anxious that if we see this one get past him, it could be devastating for his winning chances here. And it looks like he's considering other options that are just not even remotely in the same area as Tolages. So let's see. Mack would probably be able to do well through that O, maybe something like voicing to dump a lot of his clunkier letters up there. Maybe there's something better, but either way, it's all about Tolages here, Josh.
Yeah, and there it is. He's spotted it. I always say to students that I teach how to improve at Scrabble, what you want to do when you have a bingo rack is find one bingo, and once you find that bingo, however bad that bingo is, you're safe. You can look for a better play, you can look for a better bingo, but once you have that little island where it's like, okay, I can go back to this island if I fall too far astray. Yeah, I would have liked to see Tolages lined up before anything else was considered. But yeah, Nigel has found it. He has that sixth sense, it feels like. Sometimes takes him a little bit longer to find it, but he got there. And this is very important for the outcome of this game. Nigel with 11 minutes left to Mack's 15. We have passed the halfway point in this round 4 of the best of 5 matchup between Mack Meller and Nigel Peltier at the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. Mack to act with CEGINOV. What's the situation here, Morris? What are you looking to do?
Well, it's interesting because Mack can still play something like voice above Tolages, but that blows the board wide open. And same with Vice, for that matter, that he's considering. Do you want to do that here? I mean, you're only up 7 points at this point. Vice, I actually think I like less, just because there's only one thing to worry about that you open up there. Voice creates at least 2 things, and it forces Nigel to have to think about what's the plan that Mack's putting forth. He'll probably still go in the more obvious spot, but it still doesn't make Nigel's decision quite as easy. So, yeah, this is interesting. I mean, do you do something like maybe novice below the E and the S instead to play it a bit safer?
Novice, very interesting choice. I kind of like the look of that one at first glance. I think the real question you got to ask yourself with plays like Vice or Voice is, all right, I'm keeping my NG leave. How does that actually mature into a bingo here? I'm not so sure that's the leave you want to go for, just because, to my eye, the E of eam is definitely what I want to hit. And maybe the ing combination isn't the perfect letter to do that. Perfect letters, I should say. That being said, playing on top of Tolages with either Voice or Vice just scores really well, and it's a really close game. So Mack could easily just say, look, I'm going to score 32 or 34 points up there, open up a little bit of a lead, and maybe my NG or ONG, depending on what he picks, will become something good. And again, as Josh said earlier, those Ys definitely looming unexpectedly large with the Quincy hook still available there as well. So let's see how things unfold from here.
Yeah, I like this play of Vice. I like keeping that vowel. I like the fact that we have a G for gel. There aren't too many hooks of EL. We can think of a B, a C, a D, an E, a G, ST. Those are the hooks that remain unseen. Obviously, that's around half of the bag, but it's not quite as bad as, putting a two-letter word hook for like RE or something like that. So I like this by Mack. It's a little bit risk-averse, not opening too much, scoring well. And he's seen that first Y, which we just said is super important. Back to Nigel with JO lined up, keeping EEHIN. He has spotted Jog, which is his best play in a vacuum, to that G of Tolages. It also eliminates the threat just created by Vice. I like this, Morris. Is there something else you might be wanting to do here? You're down 39, so it might not feel that comfortable.
Yeah, I think Jog seems very standard. I'm not seeing anything. I guess Nye might be worth considering, NIGH there as well. That scores a lot too. But I think Jog is stronger given that there's no I's left in the game. It's probably better to keep the I than the O, for instance. So Jog seems perfectly fine to me.
Yeah, I think, as you say, Morris, the standard option, let's get the J off of the rack. It's going to greatly improve Nigel's chances of potentially drawing into a bingo somewhere. Although, again, that E of eam is really a top target. But keeping multiple E's and a little bit of a vowel-heavy leave, I think Nigel isn't a huge favorite to hit that spot. But again, the J will certainly prevent the odds of that happening. Standard choice here for Nigel to keep pace with Mack. And now the question becomes, what good Quincy plays are available? Or is there something somewhere else where you keep the Y? Does that ever make sense, Josh? I'm pretty sure we're going to see Quincy quick.
Yeah, just WYE, so many points. That's 27 for Y, and it's 17 for Quincy. So that's a total of 44 for Mack, taking a very nice lead after this play. It was 241 to 247. Suddenly, Mack is close to 300. And Nigel Peltier wishing there was an open R on the board for ephedrine. But he does have some hope left in the position, potentially just playing hope here, keeping EIND. Seems pretty strong at first glance. Morris, you're behind 50. Things are starting to look a little bit more, I guess, bleak for you, but it's still a game.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, hope looks decent. I was looking at Idle and Viced. It could be an idea here. Although, yeah, I guess given the bag, that might not be the best. It does feel like that scores pretty decently, though, and the H and the P could be good tiles if Mack continues to try to close bingo lines. Maybe you can make an SH word and actually sneak a win just by kind of outscoring him the next few turns. So this is a bit of a tricky position. Being down 50 doesn't mean you have to go all in for bingos in this position if you feel like you're not necessarily going to get it given the board. So I could see either being merited here.
Yeah, it's tricky. You'd love to score a little bit better if you're Nigel with the H and the P, but there just isn't really a good spot available to do that. So I would be thinking in his shoes that without a great score on offer here, I might be trying to max out the bingo percentage of my leave here however I can. That means playing the H and the P, even if it only gets me in the mid to low 20s. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I would also try to play it somewhere that doesn't really obstruct anything terribly, valuable to bingo, and maybe hope is a decent way to do that. But you are sort of putting a huge target on the bottom E on the board if you do that, as by far the best spot to play an 8-letter word. So we'll see if something like hope through the O of jog is the play. Mack, with his very low scoring tiles without seemingly a bingo, he might look to make a very defensive play at the base of the board and leave Nigel with very few options. Josh?
Yeah, I feel like anything you play in this area of the board, that's going to inhibit the bingo lane underneath. So maybe you even want to sacrifice a few points to play HEP instead of hope. That sort of sets yourself up underneath. That might be a better option in this scenario. That E, of course, of EME, very, very important for the rest of this game. Mack is not at exactly the right advantage on the scoreboard to be able to afford to just block that E and hope that something else doesn't materialize for Nigel next turn. If Nigel scores 20, 25, suddenly Mack's only up 20, 30 points himself. So he can't necessarily afford to block so well. But Nigel, very low on the clock right now. There are so many tiles left in this game. Such a complicated position. Again, oh my goodness, the stamina of these guys, Morris. I don't know what I would do if I were Nigel Peltier, but I would do it soon.
It's tough. And one thing I'm also noticing from Mack's perspective, if he just drops the O to make OE blocking the EAM hook, he could go for things like generated next turn through the TE. He could long term. His tiles are very conducive to that TE lane, I think. So obviously, you don't take just 2 points in this situation, but it wouldn't shock me if that's going to be a theme we see from Mack's perspective. He's very aware of 9-letter words. It could be something in the cards coming up.
Yeah, it's a good point. I do feel like we were talking about the score being a little bit too close for comfort. So if I'm Nigel P and I play HEP, I feel like that sort of option is no longer on the table for Mack because of that very lucrative underlapping possibility. I think now Mack really can't make a blocking play like that because if Nigel draws a 7-letter word underlapping HEP, it just scores too much. So I think that's going to change Mack's thinking here quite a bit. I really like this play by Nigel. It looks kind of like a board closer, but actually it opens deceptively more than it closes here, Josh.
Yeah, and it's also important to note that if hope instead came down, a 6-letter word atop here might score enough to just put Mack over the edge and be able to outrun bingos. I really like this decision by Nigel, not just because I came up with it. I really think it's a great play, a great counter option, and he's so resourceful when he's behind. Mack to act with AEEGNOR. Feels like there was a little bit of commotion in the empty playing room. Hopefully, whatever was going down has subsided, but hopefully it didn't affect the game too much. We are, FYI, for those wondering, operating under a delay, so there shouldn't be any shenanigans in that regard. But yes, Mack to act. I don't think he can afford to block that E of EME. But yeah, with a lot of game to be played, you can't be feeling super comfortable. Maybe Mack's just going to gun for that bingo himself. What do you think the best way to react to this situation is, Morris?
it's interesting because most of the plays I'm generating right now would require playing at least 4 of his tiles to block the new spot Nigel created. You probably want to discard the G, but it's your one constant that can't stack directly below the E. So something like, so Genoa, nice. I was even just thinking Gone could be a fine idea if you prefer the A, keeping the A as well. There are a lot of A's unseen though, so I think it does make sense to play off all 5 tiles. I guess, is it even worth considering playing Onager? No, I guess that opens the triple. So probably Genoa as
Well, the
Mack.
interesting thing about Onager, though, is if Mack is worried about the worst case scenario of bingos from the J at the top of the board, Onager gives him possibilities to play a 5-tile word up to that upper corner that prevents the worst case scenario. So I think there could be some of that in Mack's thinking here of just saying, I want an easy way for the future to block off that J. But yes, you do run the risk of giving Nigel a spot to score well. But if he takes the bait and plays up to that R of Onager into the upper right, that could give Mack the initiative to block off the lower row of the board and basically create the board of his dreams, a totally dead one with very, very few options. Could be some of his thinking there, Josh.
Yeah, I really like this play of Onager for Mack Meller for the reasons you mentioned. It looks like Nigel below 4 minutes is going to start speeding
Guys,
up.
I need to interrupt. Do you see what? I know some 9s. I'm pretty sure Mack has a 9 right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a word.
Wow.
Pretty sure.
Beautiful. Unbelievable.
But it's not over. It's not over. Nigel could draw. Oh, not with that. Triple. Oh my goodness.
He was still alive to draw defatted there for a minute with that DDEFT. So, but it's not in the cards.
Holy crap.
Beautiful play by Mack Meller. That is the Mack Meller experience, folks. He's going to find those 9-letter words instantaneously, Josh. And I do feel like the risk of opening the board there, well worth it, as long as he can dodge a big bingo right now. That assures him victory here. And it almost assures us a game 5 in this series.
Yeah, an incredible find of trabeated. Great draw, of course. I mean, the unseen letters after Onager were pretty good, so it's no surprise both players have pretty balanced letters nearing the end of this game. But Nigel Peltier now down 97 points with a very quickly closing board. I don't know how likely, if at all, he is to come away with this victory, but we have seen him defeat much smaller odds in a previous game between him and Ori Swift. I don't know what he's going to come up with. He has 2.5 minutes to decide. Maybe you play DEF, just hope for a miracle. This play of Trabeated is on hold, though. We might see a challenge if Nigel decides that he is not likely enough to win this game. Morris, would you challenge? How sure would you have to be of this word to challenge? And we see the challenge happening.
Yeah, it's understandable. I just happened this past 5-ish months to be studying some 9s, so I've seen it. But if you haven't seen it or haven't seen it recently, it's a really understandable challenge. So I don't fault Nigel at all.
The classic head shake from Mack Meller, by the way. I'm like, well, sorry, man, I got it. And that is the end of this game for sure. Nigel could not afford to lose a turn in this situation, but he also felt he could not afford to let that stay on the board. So very nice job by Mack Meller to secure victory in this game 4. We're going to have a game 5, folks. I cannot imagine Nigel Peltier losing this game, but I shouldn't have said anything. Mack's drawn 6 vowels, but he's just going to play something through the T. There are 8 tiles on scene, so all he needs to do is play something like outro, block that E, block that T all at once, taking a 100+ point lead.
Yeah, for sure. And that is definitely what Mack is going to do. In no circumstance will he leave that open. Josh mentioning outro, maybe something like aorti or whatever he wants to play there. All of those will get the job done, blocking the T as well as the E in the lower middle part of the board. So we're going to get our game 5, Morris. That's bonus Scrabble for everybody. Exciting.
Indeed. I mean, what a showing here. That's a lot of really interesting turns throughout this game. But yeah, Trabiated. That's beautiful find.
Yeah, we're going to see game 5, like we said. A small update on the CSW front of things, the International Lexicon. Best of 5 has finished. Alec Seaholm winning 3-1 over Dennis Ikakaragor. Alec, I think the first player ever to become national champion in the North American Lexicon and the International Lexicon in subsequent National Scrabble Championships, Scrabble Player Championships. So a huge victory for him. He was ahead pretty much the whole event. Those watching Let's Play Scrabble stream, I'm sure there were some fireworks there. That might have been the commotion we saw on Mack and Nigel's faces a few minutes ago, but that has just happened as this game takes its final, I still don't remember what word I'm supposed to use, throws?
That sounds as good as any.
Like that.
Yep, and your suggestion.
This is the outro.
Yeah, the outro of this game coming down, as you suggested, seems very reasonable. Just what Mack needs here. And Mack extending the series to 5 games, like we're saying. And it is worth noting, Josh, as you mentioned, that Alex Seaholm winning another championship, an incredibly decorated North American player, is Alec. But Mack needs one more win after this game to do something that I believe has only ever been accomplished by Nigel Richards, which is to successfully defend a North American Scrabble Championship title. That would be an unbelievable accomplishment. Of course, Nigel Peltier is standing in the way and has put up many, many impressive games, and he is definitely not going to lie down and let that happen. So really, really excited once we wrap this game up to see what happens in that winner-take-all Game 5. I wonder if we can get Game 5 to be uttered in the same tones as Game 7 of the NBA playoffs and things of that nature, Josh.
Yeah, well, if anybody is going to impersonate whatever voice that is you, Will. But Nigel looking at playing Coder just to score as much as possible in the top right. Maybe he draws something phenomenal with those last 4 tiles in the bag, and Mack misses it. Still got to try something in this spot. We know it is just about over. We're going to have a Game 5 for the third year in a row. It feels like this finals format is doing its job, generating the best possible content. Morris, are you excited or are you excited?
Heck yeah. Let's go. So Nigel makes a good play on Coder. And this game will now be wrapping up with the bag empty.
Yeah, just an end game to play here. I have every expectation that Mack is going to try both to conserve energy for that important Game 5, but also he is one who is just incredibly accurate and good at endgame solving, and I fully expect him to come up with a solid sequence here, even though he has every incentive to kind of pack this in, make sure he's not giving Nigel a bingo of some sort, and once he is satisfied with that, just play something, anything, get to the end of this game, and leave everything in the tank for Game 5. There is a stamina component, as we've been saying. And, I would not want to see him spend the full 5 minutes on his clock to come up with the optimal end game here. He should just come up with something solid. Josh, in the match play format, the point spread no longer takes on that importance as your tiebreaker.
Yeah, if we see a tie in the 5th round, we're going to have to figure out what the total differential was between those games. I think Mac would have the advantage there, but that is so incredibly unlikely. We'll talk about it if it does happen. Maybe that was the biggest commentator curse I've ever seen. I feel like, yeah, a tie in the last game would be kind of underwhelming. I hope we don't get that. But yeah, Mac should just do something here. His stamina is so good. Maybe he's just fine. Maybe he's like, okay, I'm just going to calm myself down before the final round. I don't want to use up too much time. But yeah, just giving yourself the time that he did not have to process what is going on. Last year, he had 0 time to process the fact that he stole an endgame from Ian Weinstein to win the 2024 Scrabble Players Championship. Of course, it wasn't just him stealing the endgame. He also played an insane best of 5 series, both players with no time at the very end. We are unlikely to see something as incredible and nail-biting as that this year, but we should not speak too soon. Scrabble is a game of just memories, just creativity. Anything can happen over the board. We've seen so many crazy outcomes as Mac decides to play GANE. Nigel Peltier to respond with ADDFRST. Once this game is over, the players will have something like 5 to 10 minutes to regain their composures and take themselves into Game 5. Will.
Yeah, it looks like Nigel wanting to play something before incurring that time penalty. For those that are unaware, that clock is not the end of the game. Once you hit 0, it signifies when you start losing 10 points per minute over time. And Mac going out with Uta on the top of the board there as his final play. Very nice sequence by him of gain into Uta. And it is going to be a final score of, it looks like 463 to 365, Josh, about 100 points ahead as
let's
we
listen to the overhead mic.
Got it.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely getting. I was feeling good early. Definitely got a little dicey after you bingoed again here.
Yeah, they had a nice.
Yes, you had the fattiest, I mistyped. I think it's fattiest to go out. Okay. Oh no. Okay, never mind. I thought you had an I instead of an R.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good. Even with this play,
Yeah.
TED,
Hmm.
TED. Nice. Goes nice
Yeah.
to
This
B.
does not take a T.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, well, as long as you don't triple, then you're in pretty good shape. But
I had some parts of it. I had some nice things. Just the ED is a nice thing, but I had
yeah,
on constant.
I'm not sure I didn't miss something here. I had MRN blank. Didn't see it. Fermenty can't be spelled with an I, right? It's just FURMENTY.
I don't remember the I one.
Okay, there's no 8s with that rack.
Those your opening sequence didn't give me any clues to the strength of your rack.
Yeah.
So I was just going open sort of, but I don't know. I had some rough first couple racks.
Yeah. No, I was definitely waiting for a Y for this for a while. So that was
Yeah,
was gonna be a key spot.
Me too. I was
Yeah.
one away from on this rack Quisling
Ooh, okay.
I instead of an E.
Oh, so you kept LEG, I guess.
Or yeah, that's right.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Going the distance again.
I went first.
Mm-hmm.
It's going the distance again. Those are the words of a potentially fatigued 2024 champion, Mack Meller. One more game of Scrabble to go for these guys. Oh my goodness. It's just hitting me now, guys. We're going to have a game 5, $10,000 on the line, potential back-to-back victory on the line for Mack Meller, or we'll have a first-time national champion in Nigel Peltier, who's been playing they've both been playing so amazingly well this series. Love all of the nuances that are going on. I mean, Morris, this is more than we could have asked for, and I'm glad we didn't necessarily ask for it until it happened.
Nice. After Until was played a few games ago. No. So yeah, no, this will be really exciting. And I think one thing to monitor here is the time management. We haven't had a game yet where it's come down to going overtime to determine the winner. But now I think in every one of the games, a person's either gone over or been within 10 seconds of going over. So and it really speaks to how much both players want it, how much both players are trying on every turn. They don't want to get anything even minutely wrong and putting every single possible ounce of thinking capability they have into every decision they're making.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's also the size of the moment, right? You just want to make sure it's not like a regular tournament game in any other context. This is the finals of the North American Scrabble Championship, the Scrabble Players Championship, I should say, and you got to leave it all out there. But it is walking that fine line between using your time where it is going to be most valuable. Want to make sure that in those opening moves of the game where maybe you're thinking, two moves where it's a little bit splitting hairs between the two, that's not probably where you want to use that time. You need to save it for those really complicated endgame decisions. As we saw last year, you alluded to it, Josh, some potentially hellaciously complicated decisions if last year was any indication.
Yeah. Time is of the essence, 25 minutes per side. It could come down to those last few seconds. There was a game played, I think, in round 29, if I'm not mistaken, between Mack and Nigel Peltier, where it was almost decided by a time penalty on Mack's end. The game was within 10 points. We know we lose 10 points after every minute we go overtime. That could happen. We have seen people get too low on the clock, mess up the end game. We saw Ori Swift with an available tie in his end game against Nigel Peltier. So it also feels like Nigel Peltier, with his really, really creative play, is able to just extract all of the time out of his opponent's clocks, making them think very, very hard about what they're about to do next, Morris. I feel like you're that type of player too.
I don't know. I feel like I've never gotten anyone to go over on time, though. So maybe you're giving me too much credit, I think. But yeah, I think all these games have had really interesting wrinkles and nuances, and we can only hope for that coming up.
Yeah, so there are some players, that more on that, like some players play really fast, like Joey Kravchik, Nigel Richards, they both play very fast, and they're putting the time pressure on you that way. Maybe it's more of like a lull. I feel like that game 2 or 3, whichever it was just, it felt like both players were just like in this weird zone of taking too long in every turn. Maybe that's what Nigel Peltier does to you. I haven't played him in too many years. It's a fun experience, though. He's such an incredibly creative, strong player. These guys are playing almost perfect Scrabble. We love to see it. Kind of wish, Will, you were playing. I could judge you a little bit more harshly because we're good friends, right?
I don't do any of the cool stuff that I don't have quite the word power of Mack Meller, and I don't have quite the creativity of Nigel P. I'm just doing my best when I sit down to play, and I love getting to watch both of these two play because I feel like I learn a lot and I get to marvel at how amazing they are. And yeah, in Mack's case, of course, we would surely rejoice for Nigel P. if he wins this final game to become a first-time champion. He has an incredible streak of landing in the cash zone in those top, 1 to 9 or 10 places, he's like as sure a bet as it gets to finish in that top 10. And that consistency is really incredible. It definitely speaks to the fact that this type of upper finish of second or first is maybe a little overdue for him, given how many times he's finished in the top 10, more than almost anybody else that's been competing here. But Mack Meller has a chance to do something truly historic on a couple levels. I mentioned it, that this would be a successful title defense in Scrabble, a game that is surely, as we're trying to tell you, it is incredibly skill-based, but there is enough luck that defending your title means you have to be so incredibly good. I think we can all attest that winning one of these things takes an unbelievable amount of luck. I have failed utterly to even come close to win again. And to do it twice in a row would be incredible. But Mack would also join that upper crust of two-time champions, Josh, that really consists of just outright legends of the game of Scrabble.
Yeah, I can think of Joe Edley, 3-time North American champion, Joel Sherman with the longest gap between victories of something like 20 years. Nigel Richards, of course, needs no introduction, winning 5 times after that. Dave Wiegand, he's won a couple, and I think that's it.
David Gibson is
David
the only
Gibson
other.
is the only other one. Yeah, David has won 2 as well in pretty slow succession, same way as Joel Sherman. So to cement your name as a multiple-time North American champion at the ripe age of 25, 24, Mack is just pretty much, I don't know, the only person that we could ever imagine doing this. But Nigel Peltier, like you said, the consistency is incredible. There is luck in Scrabble. So how does this guy consistently finish so high, while people like Mack Meller have sometimes failed to make even an even finish? I feel like he had a really terrible nationals a few years ago. I'm not sure if he finished 16-15 or something like that. It just feels like Nigel Peltier is always there, knows how to handle the pressure. It's so cool. Morris, what do you think? It just feels like he's an enigma, just like the other night.
Yeah, that would be a good way to describe it, because it does feel like even when, like, there are periods when Nigel P hasn't been one of the top 10-ish players in the field in terms of rating at the time. Like, right, there are times when he's been a bit lower rated, like just had a string of either bad luck or just not kind of hitting his peak. And then he always just performs at nationals. Like he could be the 30 seed and just top 10. So it could be that he's just very good at kind of not letting games get to him. I think it's really hard over a 31 game tournament to mentally be as strong at the beginning as you are at the end. And it's an underrated skill. I think that's actually an underrated part of Nigel Richards' prowess. Not just like we see such brilliance over the board, but if you think about it, he always flies in early to these tournaments when he's changing time zones to adjust the time zone. He packs a lunch, he bikes every day. So I feel like an underrated skill that we see for these people that consistently cash all the time is just their kind of habits around the game, just making it conducive to hitting their potential when the games actually happen.
Yeah, it's a good thing you mentioned like just exercise. Obviously, super important. We talk about it a lot. Okay, this isn't just a mind sport. You need to be in good physical shape, like this guy over here. Mack Meller, every morning, he's getting up half an hour earlier than everyone else. He's going to the gym. There are a few players that do this, and they consistently have great results. I don't think we saw a Nigel P sighting at the gym, but maybe he was in his room just doing push-ups, doing sit-ups, just like running around the bed, jumping on the bed. I can only imagine. It just feels like his stamina is quite unmatched. But that's the case for so many of these top players. Honestly, it's been tiring to commentate, But people are asking me, Josh, you tired? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Am I tired? You're playing 31 games of Scrabble over 5 days, and I'm just sitting here talking. So like, it takes so much out of you. Will, you know full well. You've played even crazier events. You played the Alchemist Cup. How many games a day was that?
Mostly 10 and one day of 11 games per day. I've never really felt the feeling in my brain at the end of that day as if it was literally overheating. I felt like my head was slightly a degree or two too warm. That's the best I could describe it. You know, to your comment about is Nigel, you know, doing anything physically active over the course of this tournament, not sure about that, but he is an athlete in his own right. He is an avid ultimate Frisbee player, which I know, and quite accomplished in that area. And I feel like, you know, he's in pretty good physical condition too. So I'm really not worried that much about his stamina. And that could be, as you guys are saying, one of the reasons that his results in this tournament are so consistently good. Stamina becomes a huge factor when you're playing over 30 games. Maybe he is well positioned to, you know, play his best Scrabble at the very end of these tournaments.
Maybe so. And Mack as well, an avid hiker. He goes all around North America on really, really grueling hikes. I actually did a trip with him a month ago, and I was like, how am I supposed to keep up with you, dude? I feel like I'm 70 years old. So both of these guys in peak physical condition and mental condition, obviously, performing so well over the course of the first 4 days. So just to brief you guys on what's going on, we have a tie at 2-2 apiece. Once the players are ready to play game 5, we'll throw it in there. I promise you, we're not the ones keeping them from sitting down and playing, but we want to make sure that they're ready and that we see the highest quality Scrabble that you will ever find outside of nothing, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't think outside of anything. Just the best quality Scrabble money can buy, or just your subscription to the NASPA channel on YouTube can buy, and your subscription to Will Anderson's channel as well, right?
So much content that's going to need to be made about this tournament and all the action that's been taking place over the summertime. I hesitate to even think about how I'm going to pick the various videos. It seems like we're going to definitely have another banger video about this match. Hopefully game 5 gives us even more to enjoy. And yeah, Morris, if it's anything like previous matches we've seen, we're in for a treat. But Scrabble sometimes doesn't cooperate. It's important to remember some percentage of games, one of the two players is going to draw really, really well and make it incredibly tough for that other player to catch up.
So I'll turn it to you. You guys asked me last game what would be their starting racks. What do you guys want the starting racks to be then for it to not be this blowout?
I remember, I think it was you two commentating, or maybe you and Rafi commentating at Crescent City Cup, where you were doing this weird thing of like, what's the first blank gonna be? What are these? It's just so much fun. I'm finally witnessing it firsthand. Okay, first rack. Mack's gonna be first in this game. His first rack is going to contain 3 vowels and 4 consonants.
I'm going to predict that the player going second in this game draws musjiks, which is the theoretical highest foreign word, and that the first player is going to block it with a play that makes that word unplayable. That is my prediction for game 5.
Wow, that would just be the saddest thing ever. Do you want the world to burn or something? That's just so sad.
I can just predict what I see coming in the future. I can't. I mean, I don't like it. That's what I see.
Some update, by the way. Mack is ready. Nigel is coming back to the board momentarily. One more game to decide it all. Some update. Mack is actually behind on spread, so if they tie, Nigel Peltier, I think, will just win the event. I don't think there's any Armageddon, though there should be. I feel like an Armageddon Blitz game is in order if there's a tie here. But it's unprecedented, so we'll see what happens. 28 games, 4 days. This is the 5th day, final day. Last game we're going to show to you guys. We are live Me and Will are sitting a couple flights of stairs above the playing hall. They cannot hear us. They are ready. Let's throw to the board. Final game, Scrabble Players Championship 2025. Let's freaking go.
So here we go. We're going to have either a repeat historic champion in Mack Meller. Again, we've been talking about how rare that is, or we are going to have a new champion in the form of Nigel P after this game. So either way, we're going to be crowning a champion on the strength of this game, which feels a little weird, Morris. Scrabble doesn't feel like it should come down to one game, but can't forget all the games that came before leading up to this moment.
Very true. Couldn't have said it better myself. And keep in mind, yesterday in a lot of ways, Scrabble felt like it came down to the last game. Both Nigel and Mack had to win their final game to make this 5-game final. So we can always say, it came down to one game, but it also came down to one game yesterday. And you can kind of keep cycling back throughout the tournament. And it now only feels like it came down to one game because we've seen such awesome play these first 4 games and the first 28 games over the first 4 days.
Will we see a new North American champion in 2025, or will we see an incredible repeat win for the prodigy, the man himself, YouTuber, Scrabble player, lots of other things, Mack Meller? My bias might be showing. I've been rooming with Mack the whole time. I really would love to see either of these guys win. They're such great guys. They're so ready. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Mack to draw first. He's shaking the bag. He's drawn his first couple tiles. Can't really see them on that black tablecloth. But when he turns them over, this is when his clock will start. Final game of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship will begin. All right, what did I say? 3 vowels for Mack Meller. B-E-H-I-T-U-W. I guess we're going to see a leave of B-U for the second time in a row here. Or was that 2 games ago?
No, that was last game with Nigel going first, I think, and playing Piani, which was such an important move in that game. Yeah, hard to turn down just playing white here. You could also switch this up and play W-I-T-H-E, which creates a little bit of hook weirdness. For example, you could play Withe and then hook an S at the end with swithe, which is kind of a weird word. But as Josh just circled on your screen, elevate, poised to go down. It looks like Nigel should strike first here, Morris, with the first bingo.
Indeed, this should come down pretty quickly. I'm also wondering, so I think there are some 3-letter front extensions to white.
Mm-hmm.
I think non-white should be good. I've phony before with eye white. I think it's only eye black, but yeah, if you see any others in the chat, maybe point it out.
Yeah, what about gum white? We remember that famous phony. That is not one of the extensions, but yeah, non-white, something that I've noticed as well. Let's see what Mack draws. He hasn't turned over tiles yet. A second U, 2 Ds, a W, and a Z.
Oof.
So I think we're going to see was come down. Yeah, so fast. There's nothing to think about here, Will.
Yeah, 50 points on offer. You would think, looking at those letters, yuck, this isn't very good. But how bad can the letters be if you can get 50 points for them? Of course, Mack is going to have to navigate a tough rack. But look at this draw for Nigel, Josh. 2 bingos in a row for sure coming down to start this game.
That is huge, Morris. Look at this draw, A-E-H-I-R-S-T. We're going to see 2 bingos to start for Nigel Peltier. He has a great rack. He just wants to look through all of the letters on the board to find his highest score. Hatairas plays through the A at the very least. He's got Waterish as his highest scoring bingo. He's already found it. That's a pretty high level of difficulty. very impressive stuff as Mack Meller's draw leaves a lot to be desired. But Mack is up 12 points. Obviously not over yet, but this is huge for Nigel Peltier.
Yes, and Nigel's putting it down now. Yeah, this scores a lot more than Hetera's, so definitely worth the points, even if it sticks the H out of the triple. Love to see it.
Yeah, it just leaves that H in that lovely position in the triple lane, but Mack just does not have the tiles to deal with it right now. He's going to have to play something somewhere else on the board and leave that H open. This would be so scary to do if you're Mack. You want to cover that H. Both blanks still to come. If Nigel were to get one of those blanks and draw into a word playing through the H, it could be game over so quickly. Let's see what Nigel draws.
Oh,
There is the blank. The other tiles will be critical here. Ooh, I'm not sure if there's anything
Acquiring?
through. Well, acquiring is going to hit super hard, but at least the game will still continue afterwards, as a triple would be even worse. But yeah, Morris, Mack has butter set up on his rack. That's going to hook white to make whited. I feel like this is a very good play, and Nigel's going to hit another bingo to start this game.
Yeah, butter seems like a good idea. Do you like butter or burden better?
Yeah, burden is an interesting one, keeping that D instead of that N. I think the idea with that would be to score a little bit more. I think Mack needs to bingo here. Both plays have similar synergies. I think keeping NR is a little bit better, but that's just my take. It really doesn't make a huge difference, but you gotta feel a little bit in danger if you're Mack Meller, but you don't know what's coming. 3 opening bingos for Nigel Peltier in this all-important final match. Unless he plays a phony, Mack's next draw is going to be critical. Extremely important to see what he pulls out of the bag, as this wide open board leads itself very nicely to bingo's will. Acquiring, anything better than that you see, feels so good.
Yeah, it looks great. I would say that's not the most obvious find. I do definitely expect, after a little bit of a think, Nigel will find that. I worry a little bit that he has, just looking at his tiles, he has Onigiri kind of set up, which is not going to be playable, I believe, in this lexicon. So hopefully he doesn't think about playing that anywhere and sticks to the plan, which is to find a word he is 100,000% sure of here. Definitely expect acquiring to eventually get spotted here, and it definitely puts him in commanding position. We'll see how quickly it takes him to find it, but even then, there are bingos all over the board here. You can probably find something through the A of elevate as well. So we're going to see a bingo here for sure. Only question is, what can Mack do in response to continue making this a game? Some good bingo tiles there, but Josh, I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be able to respond with a bingo immediately.
Yeah, it looks like he's just 1 letter off. Pyranoid, the only 8-letter word with the letters on Mack Meller's rack. So this is going to be important. Nigel can score 83 with acquiring if he sees it. Of course, that ing, that's the first thing you think of, trying to form words from these 7 letters, but kind of difficult to think about acquiring as an option. There's also another difficult potential find through that A of elevate, Ignorami. So if instead Nigel Peltier scores 82 with that play, which is also very strong, I think Mack Meller will have slightly better chances. It feels like his best plays are using that H of waterish, hyoid, hyanoid, stuff like that, hydro, but it's definitely Nigel Peltier's game to lose regardless of what happens. Morris, how long are you spending on this rack? It looks like he's set up ing. How much longer do you spend?
I guess it depends how many points you're seeing here. I think probably an easier thing to find is Signor or Signori and Butters. That would be just right, making the S's blank. Is he finding it? Oh, look at that. Love
That
to
is
see it.
beautiful. Acquiring for 83 points is going to bring Nigel Peltier to 237. I wonder what's going through Mack Meller's mind right now, Will. Getting hit with 3 bingos in a row. Sometimes that's just how it goes, but Mack's going to have to fight here. It's still so early, but his deficit growing so large.
Yeah, if you're Mac, I think the best way to approach this is to start thinking about whatever your win condition could possibly be. Try not to waste any time bemoaning what is obviously very, very bad luck. You can see the score very lopsided right now. But if I'm Mac, I'm trying to focus in and be thinking about, okay, if I'm going to win this game, Nigel has to have a terrible redraw after this third bingo. And I'm going to proceed with, maybe I'll try to fish my O and Y somewhere and draw into an immediate bingo. Unfortunately for Mac, and very fortunately for Nigel, the Q has actually come to mar what was otherwise a pretty solid set of tiles there. But yeah, I'm trying, if I'm Mac, not to think about the bingos I just got hit with and really hone in on how in the world can I still win this game.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say also is that even though you're in the worst case scenario in a lot of ways, if my opponent just bingoed 3 turns in a row to start the game, look at how they're placed. There's still a lot of space on the board to work with. It's not like they're just completely exhausting the board at this point. And so Matt could still potentially, he's down roughly 2 bingos now. There's still a lot of opportunity on this board to bingo twice long term.
Yeah, what is so crazy, the more I look at this position, the more I realize Max plays suck. Now that that H has been blocked, there's really nothing to do for 30 plus, leaving good tiles. It feels like the average score on this board is so high, but somehow that Y is not going to help Mac all that much to score or accomplish much. The question is how desperate you are here. Do you want to open more space? Do you want to go straight for that bingo, play just the Y, play just OY, maybe with boy? I mean, I don't like any of these options. YODH, you are sort of like creating situations you don't want. You need to bingo and you need Nigel Peltier to draw non-bingo tiles. If you make a play like boy, it feels like you're letting Nigel Peltier off easy with a lot of draws, especially that X. It's really looking bad for Mac. I feel like he's going to take a long time here, Will. What sort of play are you looking for? What sort of resources do you have?
Yeah, I think the idea of playing the O and the Y and keeping that really strong diner leave makes a lot of sense. If I'm going to play those 2 tiles, I don't want to play boy. I feel like playing something down from the B of butter is very grim for that upper left quadrant of the board. I would be much more apt to want to play YOU into the U of was for a small point sacrifice, because the Z down low, that's a bingo lane where you're often going to be playing through the Z with IZE. Those bingos are deceptively not that strong, but playing YOU somewhat protects that Z. Maybe you can draw some kind of miraculous 8-letter bingo starting with Z, and by playing YOU, you do not obstruct any better parts of the board, such as the B of butter, where you can double, or any of the tiles on the right side of the board, like those really nice bingo tiles in Waterish. That is not a play that you're going to feel good about if you're Mac, but it might be the way to go here, Morris.
Yeah, I like that suggestion a lot. And it could allow for long-term opening up the bottom right as well for bingoing. You could imagine a 6-tile play going beneath you and then creating a line to the second triple. So that feels like a productive move when you can't score a ton this turn.
It does. I like that suggestion from you, Will, of you 2 points is probably not going to make the difference. It doesn't usually in these sorts of games. Mack is now looking at yin, maybe playing that on top of waterish. That creates a sneaky little spot for an R, which would sort of do a great job at maintaining space on this board. The problem with yin is so many letters go here, and you could probably just imagine a high-scoring play in response from Nigel just shutting that down. So obviously Mack needs a lot of help, not only from the bag that he is drawing from, but from the racks that Nigel Peltier has. So far, it seems like Nigel will be cut a little bit short on his next move, but he has such an easy spot for the cue, keeping decent tiles, LOONGS. He can probably draw into a decent amount of bingos with that leave. So Mack's going to have to avoid a lot of obstacles and draw very well to come back in this game. But we've seen worse odds for the player in front of Mack. Nigel Peltier down 190 points against Ori Swift on a similarly open board. Was able to cut into that lead turn after turn and ended up winning the game. So anything can happen, and I'm curious to see what does happen. Mack has spent over 6 minutes on this turn. It makes so much sense. You have to make sure you're not missing something. You have to make sure you're not missing a high-scoring play. A great way to dump your Y. He's looking at yin here, Will. I don't know if I like that play.
Yeah, in his defense, this is an extremely difficult position already, down by so much. Maybe he's thinking, if I can just dodge a really big play of the type you described, Josh, of a 5-letter word going across, hooking it. Maybe Mack wants to try to hook his D there and then set up edit for himself on the top row. If he doesn't hit a bingo immediately, there could be multi-step plans like that he has in mind, and just not the draw he needs with those 3 vowels. And to your point as well, Josh, the Q dump is so simple and easy. And if Nigel were to draw something like an I, he would have soloing and butters, which could be the nail in the coffin here. A lot is going to hinge on this draw for Nigel. Anyone rooting for Mack is rooting for Nigel to whiff on this draw.
Oh,
and there is the I, Morris. The I finds its way. Commentator jinx intact.
Jeez. Yeah. Nigel's looking like he's in command position. I was even wondering, would he have played Goons last turn over QI just to have potentially blocked any threats that Mack was trying to set up there? But yeah, this looks pretty over after this play.
Yeah, so many words on this rack. Soloing Olingos, Logions. I don't think Nigel is going to miss this bingo. I don't know of any plays Mack could make that would inhibit the spot for Butters, but you might have that sense. You might do something unexpected with this rack. He's looking at playing oboe. This makes so much sense. OBOE, setting up that D makes a lot of sense here. I think this is what he's going to go for, and I feel like that's what I would play too, Will. It seems exactly what you want to do with this terrible situation.
Yeah, oboe looks solid. Another possibility for those same letters in that order would be ooze on the bottom row through the Z, but I do agree that oboe more realistic to set up a spot for your ED suffix to go down. Not sure if he's picking between those two options here, but yeah, you might want to leave that Z open. Again, at this score, you really might be needing an 100+ point bingo off of that Z. Unfortunately for Mack, and very fortunately for Nigel, I fully expect soloing to come down quickly, cutting off that possibility next turn. Morris, this is looking very, very good for Nigel Peltier.
And nothing to add there. I guess I think, yeah, Oboe just is kind of natural here. Working with that top left part of the board is going to be important long term for Mack to get, at this point, 2 bingos, or 2 bingo scores, I should say. I guess, so 3 bingos down. I mean, there are still enough tiles for Mack to draw really well this turn and bingo, bango, bongo. It's maybe a 1% chance after soloing, but it's still going to be a 1-ish% chance if I had to guess after the bingo goes down here.
So Oboe coming down. This is solidifying what is to come. Nigel Peltier, if you had any question about the validity of soloing, which I don't imagine he does, is now going to be able to bingo down to that O with a number of possibilities. See what Mack draws. It's still not over. He's down 128, about to be down 200. This draw is the most important one of the game. ADENORF. Will, do you see anything?
Not yet. I'm looking. It feels unideal. I don't think there's going to be easy bingos for him. I guess the only saving grace is potentially being able to play on top of Yin and score a boatload of points if you can't bingo. And Mack is going to get the news here that another bingo's coming down. That is going to hurt. You can see he's kind of like, well, okay, I guess. What am I supposed to do about this? And it is going to be an even tougher road back, Morris.
Indeed. So I think Mack will probably, at this point, just take his 50 points, play fared. I can't see any other ideas immediately that would create a really lucrative lane and not sacrifice so much on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but you know what? Like in a position like this, it feels like Mack needs more than 50, right? He's down 200. We could see him do anything from opening a Desperado triple with something like Freon. That's oh my god! Look at what Nigel Peltier has just drawn.
Yeah,
Banalize at least through the Z. This is just complete annihilation. I don't see a path back for Mack Meller, but you know what? It's been quite the road. I'm calling it, guys. I'm calling it, but you know what? These guys have played tremendous Scrabble, both of them deserving of potential victory here. Just went in favor of one of the two. As we see, Mack's probably just going to play fair. And it's like, okay, well, maybe I draw something from the Z. Maybe I draw a 120-point bingo, and I can bingo again. Olingo's, by the way, was a really nice touch by Nigel Peltier to really just eliminate the top left from contention on this board. SO not taking any hooks in this lexicon, but Vanilla is going to come down.
Well, Zabayon,
Zabayon.
the extra flourish here for Nigel. If he sees it, that would put the exclamation mark even more. We're talking about Mack trying to draw into a play like that, but that is what Nigel has. Of course, he has Banalize, as you mentioned, Josh, set up, and maybe he's going to think, how could I have anything better? But, oh, look at that AB finding its way onto the first, the leftmost part of the rack. Could we see him spot this exclamation point word here? Oh, okay. Oh, this is pretty cool.
Oh, my God. That's beautiful.
Wow. Okay. Well, a little stroke of style there of Nigel Peltier. Got the nod from Mack Meller. Like, wow, okay. This is amazing. This is what, 5 bingos within the span of 6 turns even? 6 turns for Nigel Peltier. This is one of the most insane runs I've ever seen. That's all we really have left to talk about, guys. But yeah, a billion coming down, leaving some points on the table. Zabayon, if the score was any closer, that might have mattered. Mack has CCNNOUG.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough, right? This is kind of why repeating as champion is so difficult, and doing it back to back even more so. These are the type of things that just happen to the best of us in Scrabble.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Another bingo finds its way onto Nigel's rack. This is insane. Yeah, this is pretty incredible on his part here. But as I was saying about Mack, he really is pretty much the best we've got here. And this sort of thing can happen even to him. That's what makes it so difficult to repeat back to back as champion. I have no doubt that if Mack keeps at it at the, I believe Josh said, the ripe young age of 25, he is definitely going to be adding more trophies to his case. But yeah, ran into a buzzsaw here in Nigel P. Josh.
Yeah, really unfortunate. But Max fighting. He plays queuing. And is this going to give
Prelect?
Okay.
Yeah.
Not quite. Nigel Peltier does have a really nice rack. I don't actually think he has a playable bingo here, but queuing probably exactly what Mac needed. Maybe Nigel Peltier stuck with consonants, can't do anything to block the triple. Got to do something like that. But yeah, with this draw, I think Mac knows it's over.
Plectra maybe could block through Great the Sea.
Yeah, Plectra looks solid. Nigel gonna look a little bit. Look at the clock too. Nigel hasn't had too much to think about with those bingos, which are often some of the easier decisions to make. As long as you see the relevant word, you can just go ahead and slap that bingo down. So a lot of the quote unquote skill in finding your bingos comes from that preparation that you do prior to the tournament. And then if you've studied those words properly, they come to you quick when you need them in the game, and then you can spend a lot more time on those trickier decisions where nothing stands out quite as much. In this particular game, Josh, Nigel has not had a lot of those decisions. A ton of bingos for him, but kudos to him for spotting pretty much each and every one of them, with the sole exception of maybe Zabayon, instead playing the beautiful Abelian for almost 90.
Yeah, and look at it. He's lined it up. He's like, come on. Why can't I play Prelect through that C? At some point when you just keep bingoing and you draw something that looks so good and you can't find anything. I remember playing a game once against Ein Weinstein, the runner-up from last year's Scrabble Players Championship, where he played, I think, 3 bingos in a row and then drew a fourth one that I blocked, and he spent, I think, 17 minutes on his next move being like, well, what? And so Nigel, look what he's doing. He's just like, here, man, if you have a triple, I feel like you deserve it. He plays Ope sort of as just like, I feel like this is just an empathy move, Morris. What do you think?
Yeah, it does feel a bit weird because he had Plectra lined up for a few seconds right before it, so he did see it. And I mean, is he bingoing next turn? Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. He has bingos on both sides of the board. So he will bingo no matter what next turn. But yeah, like this does feel a bit unsafe. Like I understand the wanting to just give Mac one opportunity to go for the triple, but like, you're playing for the national champion.
Oh, Morris, this is amazing. This just shows Nigel Peltier's character. He's such a nice guy. He feels so terribly about how this game has gone. And he also was probably remembering the situation where Mac almost came back with a triple earlier in this series. He's probably just like, you know what? Why don't we play for content? We love it, Will. We love the content plays. This was obviously not the move Nigel Peltier would make if he felt like winning this game 100% of the time. But I think he just wants more out of this game. He wants it to be a memorable one. I love it. I really love it. I can't get over him doing this. This is like the most stone cold thing I've ever seen. He is so chill under pressure, Will. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it's more than a little surprising. Definitely has to be coming from a place of empathy in some way, or maybe, I mean, it's not just lack of confidence in plectra. If he's at all worried, he can play any of a million valid words through the C that just put the clamps on this game completely. He could play caper or whatever else through the C, no problem. This seems like he's saying to Mack, look, I'm going to give you a chance at this because I've just drawn so crazy well. Mack playing Zenit in the upper right corner, trying to keep that spot alive. I guess now we're going to see the depths of Nigel P's empathy. Morris, is he going to play clatters here or continue to leave the spot open, which I think would shock us all?
Yeah, I guess moment of truth. So Mac will have a bingo if he does play clatters. So
Yeah, if he
We'll
plays
see.
Starlet and Butters, does that block Mac from bingoing?
Oh, my God.
He has clatters lined up, but can you imagine Starlet blocking Sutan? I don't think he has anything through the C. I think Nigel. Come on, Nigel, don't do it to us. Okay, Clatter's coming down. This is the nail in the coffin of this incredible 6 bingo game so far. Still tiles to draw.
Look at Mac. He's got what a good-natured person he is. He's got a smile on his face. He's nodding, and I just feel like I couldn't think of a person who would be more gracious in this situation than he would.
Yeah. So Sutan coming down with Butters. Finally, Mac plays, I think, his first bingo of the game to take him to the 300 mark. Nigel Peltier has drawn a terrible rack. What an unlucky fellow he is.
Yeah, he's really, I feel for him with that draw for sure. But do we see anything good through that E of Sutain? Morris, you spotting anything in there?
Not immediately.
Yeah, it's tough.
But
So tough.
Brutal. My heart does go out to him. No, I mean, all jokes aside.
oh no, he has Ervil.
Okay, Ervil at a minimum, maybe something better that we're not spotting immediately. But either way, Nigel with 531 points. Not a lot of tiles left in the bag, but he is definitely a threat to break 600 points in this must-win game, which would be an incredible exclamation point on a legendary tournament by him.
I think the players reacting. I think it's just started raining very hard outside of the hotel and casino here. I'm hearing thunder maybe, but anyways, unfortunately, this is a little bit of a distraction for the players, but fortunately it does not matter. This game's result has been decided long ago. So Ervil lined up. There are exactly 4 tiles in the bag. If Nigel Peltier plays this word, we will be heading to a 7 versus 7 endgame. Mac will have the first go of things. Nigel considering something else. Prim plays with Pope and RE, but he's playing it with PE. It obviously doesn't matter, but this is a pretty funny looking play. Maybe he's trying to block the Z. Maybe there's some insane bingo possibility that ends in Z. It doesn't matter, obviously. It is all academic. We have our new champion. Nigel Peltier is going to take down Mack Meller and draw AOKO as his final tiles. This is AOK with Mack Meller, as you said. He is handling this so well. I think the pressure is off completely at this point.
Yeah, you can't really be said to have bungled this game whatsoever. It was all Nigel from the get-go. Mac actually made a number of great plays to continue to give himself some kind of realistic chances, but there isn't a player out there who could have weathered this storm from Nigel in this game. And Mac looks like he's getting set to play a very nice scoring play through the M of Prim and leave himself an outplay on his next turn. Looks good to me, Morris. And what do we think about the way this game is unfolded?
Yeah, sometimes Scrabble's just who draws the right tiles. I remember Josh was telling me, I forget if you said it on stream, that you were saying to Nigel Richards before that every Scrabble game you think is winnable, and he said, well, what if your opponent starts with 4 bingos? And
Here we are.
You could shake the bag differently. So I guess you would say, Josh, aside from shaking the bag differently, Mack did everything he could.
Yeah, I think we saw that technique earlier as Colo comes down with Primo. Very nice play by Nigel Peltier. Fair game. Final play of this series. Congratulations, Nigel Peltier with 599. One short of 600. Congratulations, Nigel Peltier. Let's listen to what they have to say.
I don't feel bad about losing that one. Wow.
Somehow it repeated, and then some. Our earlier game.
Yeah, this was pretty cool though. I guess you had Banalize here too.
Yep.
Yep. Goodness gracious. Wow. Awesome. Well done, man. Congrats.
Thanks, man. Something in the air. Each.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I don't know if you can do an interview or.
There's not much to
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Just a little bit less dramatic than last year at the end. Just a little bit.
Stop calling me the other night.
Yeah, exactly.
Mack, you're a wonderful champion.
Thanks.
And
Appreciate it.
runner up.
Yep.
You'll be back. No.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right. Well, that was, I guess, an underwhelming finale, but an incredible series between these two guys. We have ourselves a brand new Scrabble Players Champion. It is Nigel Peltier. We are going to come back on camera to give you a little bit of an outro before these two players head into the final room where they get their prizes. So a huge achievement for both of these guys. Of course, Nigel Peltier, 2025 champion, a deserving winner. He played so amazingly well this entire tournament. So great to see him come back from the dead. He was at 7-7. He won so many games in a row. Yeah, Morris, what do you have to say? This was incredible. Thank you so much for joining in the commentary booth. Oh, Morris, you're muted. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's the very end. We're almost
Shoot,
there.
I was so good.
Home
I
stretch.
completely forgot. Turned on the video, forgot the mute. But yeah, really a pleasure. Thanks for inviting me, Josh. And it was only as fun as it was because we had these amazing competitors. So hats off to them.
Incredible stuff. Honestly, we've seen some amazing plays, some really, really cool decisions. Such a tactical series this one was. Will, what's your next video going to be about?
Probably something like Nigel wins Scrabble Championship, more at 11 or something like that, and then reveal that it's not that Nigel, it's Nigel P, who had an incredible performance all event long. So yeah, it's just something to say. There's a new Nigel in town, at least this year, and yeah, what a performance by him.
I have the best idea for a title.
All right,
Nigel wins, all caps, 17 exclamation marks.
Yes.
Just your face, your
Gotham
lit up
chess
face.
style. Absolutely. We will go full Gotham chess on that thumbnail. But yeah, just an amazing performance by him. Just a great guy. Again, he has been so consistently among the top finishers that it really should not be a surprise to see him pull this off. Just really awesome to see for him, and for Mack, a little bittersweet to come that close to the incredible feat of a successful title defense, something so rarely seen in a game like Scrabble where there is a non-trivial luck component. He should hold his head high that he played fantastically throughout the entire tournament, and I'm not sure if we have our winner here, and I will be vacating my seat to the 2025 North American Scrabble champion, Nigel Peltier, in just a moment here. So I will we'll do our little switch over, and we'll congratulate our new champion.
What a treat! Oh my goodness! All right, let's let him hug it out. Nigel, congratulations! Wow.
Thank you, Josh.
Oh man,
Thanks, buddy.
how does it feel? How does it feel?
Oh, it hasn't hit me yet.
Good. Okay, let it hit you later.
All I know is the thunder started booming. I don't know if you can hear
Yeah,
it.
I heard it.
But we got a big old storm going on in town here.
Yeah.
And said to Mac, hey, it sounds like a storm's brewing up there. And he said, yeah, a storm of bingos. Brought the focus back. And then I think I bingoed again at that point or something.
Oh,
That was
man.
unreal. That was unreal.
That really was. That was the craziest run I've ever seen. Coming back from the dead against Ori in the penultimate games, and in this final game, I mean, it was so easy, wasn't it? But it was so great.
It was nice to give the old noggin a breather in that one. Yeah.
Wow. So I really just want to ask one question about that final game
Okay.
when you had Plectra lined up
Plectra, sure.
through the sea and then decided to play something else. Was that a little bit of
Oh.
empathy?
No. I was fishing for another bingo, Josh. Alter, as most experienced players would recognize, as one of the more solid 5-letter leaves, and I figured there's still tiles in the bag. Let's see what we can do here.
Straight for the throat, was it? Oh my goodness. There was some funny banter going on in that final game, a couple of distractions. Overall, how was your experience playing Mac in that series? Were you at all intimidated at first? I mean, he is who he is, right?
Yes, and I would like to note I do have a lot of empathy for Mac. He's one of the kindest and easiest to get along with opponents that I faced this tournament. So it was a real pleasure seeing that matchup. But I forget the question.
How was it to face him? Were you intimidated?
Absolutely.
Because you're such a cool. You just keep it cool. Like it feels like maybe under the surface there's some nerves, but you're such a cool and collected player. But this is the highest stage.
That's right, Josh. I tried my best to maintain that. I was getting some feedback from multiple directions throughout the tournament that they were noticing my calm demeanor. So I made a point to try to latch on to that, keep it going. I think there's something to that. It helps. Everyone gets rough draws. Maybe not every game, but every tournament. There's going to be some rough situations, some rough positions, maybe some unwinnable games. So getting used to those and handling it, and being able to just let it slide, let it move on. That's a big key for sure.
How important is it to you? Because this is the tournament you play pretty much every year. I think every year you maybe not 2022, but
it's been a few years at this point, but I've played a lot of them. Yeah.
You're always in the fold. We kept mentioning that, Morris and I and Will, like that you just always seem to be in it. I always tell that story of when you went on an incredible run, like, dude, where did you come from? You're like, yeah, well, it's crunch time. I tell that story to so many people. How important is the national tournament for you?
Oh, you can feel the excitement in the air. The 31 games, but you know what it's really about is the competitors here, the opposition. across the board, as well as just the vibes in the air for the whole event, because everybody is traveling here from all over the country, all over the world, and they're here for a reason. They're trying to bring their very best game. They prepare all years for events like this, and I would say that brings out the best in me. I mean, I feed off of that energy from the rest of the field here, and I don't know. There's something about that, but yeah, just try to focus in. That's about.
Well, you did that and more. We do have one question from Morris.
drew
You should
well,
be able to
drew well.
hear him in your earphones. We can bring him back to the scene for this one question, and then I'm gonna probably take it away and let you accept your prize. That is Morris right there for you.
Hey, Nigel, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
My one question was, you had a 173-point game in this tournament also. What was
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, was that like a weird turning point at that point in the tournament?
You know, it sure felt like it felt a little rough at the time, but that one as well. I appreciated who I was playing. Robin was very kind about it, and helped me to take it in stride. That was one for the ages, though. I've never scored that low, and I've never been that far overtime by quite a lot in my entire life. So I'll have to go back and run that one through the analyzer.
Good question, Morris.
See where I
Just
went
to remind
wrong.
the guy of his worst moment of the tournament after
Well, no,
he's just. Yeah, that's awesome. That was the perfect question. I hope you find that game. I would love to analyze it if possible. It seemed like an insane situation. But anyways, we have some people to thank, especially you. Congratulations again for winning. It is so amazing to watch. You've been close so many times, but we are going to, I think, end the broadcast. I'm going to let you go down, accept your prize, and we're gonna end things soon. But Nigel, thanks so much for coming up. Thanks for talking to us. You know, I didn't expect it. I was just like, oh, someone else? I've been in here all alone this whole time. I got Will here. I got you here. It's just great, man. I guess I feel like a person. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Josh, and Morris. Everyone that's been in the booth, y'all are doing a really great job, and the people love what you're doing. So keep it up, and we really appreciate your perspective on these games.
All
Thank
right,
you.
congrats, man. Thank you so much. Let me take that from you.
Yes, sir.
I'll be hugging you later. I'll be congratulating you later. Good job. All right. That was Nigel Peltier, our 2025 North American champion. Oh, back alone here, Morris. But wow, what an amazing broadcast. We hit a little bit of a hitch starting the game 3, but we were back in style. Thank you so much for joining us. We're just gonna put this slide down. I don't know if I'm gonna be talking during this slide, but I think I will. Yes. All right. So why don't you start doing the honors? Why don't you thank all the staff? Because I guess I'm a part of that. I don't want to thank myself, Morris. Can you read that?
Sure. So hats off to all the staff who makes this event possible. They're kind of unsung heroes for most of the tournament to just make sure games progress, pairings progress, everything in between. So that includes Art Moore, Diane Moore, Alan Stern, Jeffrey Nelson, Chris Seaholm, David Kleonsky, John Merlau, Jason E. Dulski, Carrie Bottorff, Sarah Rosenbaum, John Shu, Christian Shu, Heidi Robertson, Bill Cole, Josh Sokol, Kristen K, and Andrew K, who've been operating the stream. Josh Greenway, who's operating the other stream, Steve Grobe, and Daniel Stock. So thank you so much to all those people. They include overall directors, MC of the event, annotators, division leaders, everything in between. So that was so helpful. And I guess, Josh, I'll let you do the honors the rest of the way.
Yeah, of course. I didn't want to thank myself, but no, huge thanks to all the staff. I got to meet them. This is my first time on staff. They did a fantastic job. Honestly, a special thanks to Christian Andrew making this incredible broadcast possible. We did achieve 1,000 viewers just a few moments ago, and it's all thanks to their amazing work behind the scenes. They won NASPA People of the Year for a reason. Next, NWL commentary. Okay, so I was in the booth this whole time, but Matt Canick, all throughout the weekend, was helping me call the shots. Charles Ranke and Annette were here on Monday. Morris, you were here yesterday and today. And of course, Chris Canick yesterday afternoon. The CSW commentators, Matthew O'Connor leading the way, Neil Gann, Charles Ranke, Elise Bickford, and Nitz Chugti. Thank you so much for making that second stream possible for the first time in history. And of course, I would be remiss not to mention Josh Castellano, Wave and Toe, making all of these amazing scripts we use to help you out in word definitions, with the scores, with all of the overlays, letting you know what's going on in real time during the game. And special thanks to George Bissonette and Will Anderson. Will for joining the fold earlier after the 31 rounds, and George Bissonette for providing the board that we were using for this finals. Huge thanks. George is one of the only remaining people creating Scrabble boards in North America that are of fantastic quality. So we're going to go to the award ceremony shortly, but a final thank you to you, Morris, for joining me for such a long time. It's always great to have you and your analysis. Thank you. And yeah, really appreciate it. Anything you want to say, now is your time. Man, what an incredible time.
Yeah, well, first, thank you, Josh. I've done once before the full 31 games of commentating, and it's a slog. So really hats off to you. And then I guess the last thing we didn't thank were the players themselves. Thank you especially to our champion, Nigel Peltier, excuse me, and Mack Meller, our runner-up, and then all the other people who've been on stream so willingly and have produced so many great Scrabble moments.
Yeah, and one last thank you to you guys watching at home, making all of this worthwhile. We love when you talk to us in the chat, you ask questions. Join your local club if you're interested in Scrabble. There are so many resources available. Don't hesitate to ask questions. And if you just like to sit and watch the games go by, we need you. Thank you so much for watching. We do this for you. Content is available after the fact. We had a delay today, but you can watch the entirety of the proceedings of these last 5 days on the NASPA Scrabble YouTube channel and Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. So yes, that is it for me. Everybody, we're going to go to the awards ceremony now. They will try to get that going as soon as possible. And that's it. That's the last part of this amazing adventure. Thanks again to NASPA Games for sponsoring this stream, allowing me to join the fold in the booth. That's it for me. Morris, thanks again. Goodbye for now. We will see you all soon, at least next year in 2026.